But remember that.
No, I think my front of my house is north. We usually do that. Had a good winter. No, in our front yard was June.
Okay.
Hated because of the trees and stuff. Yeah. Let's do this thing. And a quiet falls over the room. Welcome, everyone. Today is Thursday, August 27th. Councilmember Garcia will be providing the music for the day. I'm calling this meeting to order and giving notice that at this meeting, the city council may vote to go into executive session for legal advice on any item listed on the following agenda. Can we have roll call?
Mayor Daggett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Sweet. Haslund. Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Sorry, lost my notes. Councilmember House.
I'm here.
Councilmember Matthews. Here. Councilmember Spence.
Here.
Councilmember Garcia, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Awesome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Up in front of you.
I have it memorized.
Wow.
The City of Flagstaff is to protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Councilmember Aslan, do you have a
Phone up. I don't have that one memorized yet. I am very fond of it. The Flagstaff City Council humbly acknowledges the ancestral homelands of this area's indigenous nations and original stewards. These lands, still inhabited by native descendants, border mountains sacred to indigenous peoples. We honor them, their legacies, their traditions, and their continued contributions. We celebrate their past, present, and future generations who will forever know this place as home.
Thank you. Great. I turn it over to you, City Manager.
Good morning. I was going to make the joke that we're going to change the mission statement now that Councilmember Spence has it memorized. We're not going to do that. Well, just welcome to everybody here in the room, council. We have members of our leadership team here, members of the public. We're really excited to spend this day today with Mike Letcher, who you all know. Mike has been facilitating some retreats with council and myself as a new city manager. Yesterday, we spent almost the entire day with the leadership team. For talking about our strategic focus areas, and spent a lot of time working on project identification, and Mike's going to walk into what the plan is today. But my goal as city manager that you all hired is to make sure that we have alignment between council and our leadership team on those projects, particularly moving into the budget process. So excited to talk about some of those today. And it feels like there's alignment. I think that's exciting and that's healthy for the organization. I think I've repeated this a few times, but we are definitely in a time of transition right now, not only with, city council hiring me in November as city manager. We have some staff transitions. We have a transition in our budget process. You all know that we pretty quickly when I came in, dissolved the kind of what was the budget team. And the idea behind dissolving that budget team was to get our leadership team more engaged and have that team be kind of that team that is talking about, the big budget items for the organization. And what I will say from yesterday is that it was a tough day. I think we all Every member of our leadership team was engaged, provided some really great feedback. But I would say kind of one of the takeaways I had from yesterday was that it was clear that our leadership team hasn't always been at the table and involved. So I think it's an exciting time to kind of bring all of us together. Mike's gonna kind of walk through what we're doing today, and we obviously have our great team here to answer any questions, some online as well. Sarah Dar is is down in Phoenix at the State Housing Conference. With that, I just want to turn it back over or turn it over to Mike, and I know you're going to introduce yourself.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Good seeing you all again. Yeah. Well, yesterday was a great day. I can tell you in the 15 years doing this consulting work, I have never had as much engagement on a leadership team in terms of just totally being focused on what needed to be changed in terms of and you got the track changes yesterday with the focus areas and the strategies and also the projects. So I just want to start by thanking them for their work. It was a lot of work. And Stacy, thank you, because I type about my son's sick, and in fact, I talked to him this morning, so Michael could make it up. I type about 40 words a minute. So Stacy, what a help yesterday making those track changes. It would have been a miserable day if I had to do the typing. So you guys know about me and Michael. We, great, really appreciate being able to work with you all. And today we had an original plan, and we're still going to go through and focus on some future changes that you want in your vision, your mission, and your core values. We're just going to ask for your thoughts on changes that you might want, and I'll go over your survey results on those. It looks like in the vision statement, probably some adjustments that you may want to make. Mission doesn't look good. Explain some of the core values, because there was a little bit of so you understand what those are, the intent of those are. I asked originally we're going to ask for direction on the focus areas and strategies for you to give us amendments, but you just got those track changes last night. I mean, how many of you had a chance to? So didn't want to put you under pressure today to make those changes. And so we're gonna talk about that in a few minutes, and then we're definitely going to get direction from you on the project. So this is what's today. We're still going to look at the vision, mission, and core values for any future wording changes you want in those. We're going to introduce the proposed focus areas and strategies, and then there's going to be a workshop scheduled for you later to really do a deep dive in there, so you're not today feel like you're under the gun where you have to make those changes. What we are going to nail down is the project. You've got between you and the leadership team, there's about 70 projects. Most of the projects, a lot of the projects being a few for this year, majority are which is really great, are teed up for 28. But some of those projects, you got a lot of projects going on in 28. We may want to move some of those to 29 based on, on staff's time. So the real focus is going to be nailing down the projects. So why didn't we change? Why did we make this change? Well, first of all, you just received it and didn't want to put you in a position where, we've got to now, look through this and really try to make a decision as council. Secondly, our focus areas and your focus areas and strategies, and I did a total pivot on this, and developed from your community priorities. You currently have seven community priorities. We added one more, so it's 8, which is your fiscal sustainability. But those community priorities, which you've worked under, have been embraced by the community, and they're, quite frankly, are different from the focus areas that our firm usually recommends. So we had to make a pivot. I'm actually happy we made the pivot, because after I did a deep dive into the community, your community priorities, they're good. I mean, you did a good job on those, and Then we were able to, you have some objectives under those, so we converted those objectives to strategies. So what we've done is operationalize your community priorities. That's really, really good. So you still have the priorities, but now you have a strategic plan that'll be able to implement them. So I know you're gonna probably want some wording changes on that, with the work that's done by the leadership team yesterday, and we just didn't want making those on the spot. Rather, so we're going to focus today on finalizing every single. Let's have 5 focus areas, and we limit the focus area descriptions to 3 to 4. So it's really tight. You guys have more than 3 to 4, and it's good. You guys have more than 3 to 4 sentences. You've got, because of your objectives, you've got more strategies that normally would have, but it's all tied to your community priorities. That's good. So there is a lot of work yesterday that the leadership team did, but looking at that frame and then saying, we're going to now have some of this today to focus on projects. We didn't want to rush that time. So we've got the document and wanted to make sure that you were. So the biggest thing is the projects. And the manager could have written it up. We want to make sure that the work staff does, the work is aligned with you. And the council, ultimately, at the end of the day, every project we've got in there, we want you to say, that's something we can move forward on. And also adding the projects in that you have. And some of the projects you have recommended the staff, and we'll show you where the staff is going to be working on those. There's some that you've recommended the staff didn't discuss yesterday, because I wanted to make sure that the council was aware of your projects so we could focus on it. Mike, does that thus far make kind of sense? Yeah, I see a few nods. Okay, so how can it change? We're going to allow the council focus more time on looking at the changes that we made to the focus areas, but we're going to allow the council, we're really going to focus today on the projects, as I mentioned. So the idea is to get both the council and leadership team aligned on the projects that you're going to work on. That's especially important because we're right around the corner, guys, from, guess what? Fiscal year, is it 28? Wow, 28. So this is a good thing. So this allows everyone, all of us, to row together the strategic plan. And to talk a little bit, I think I've shared this with you at past meetings, is a lot of times councils ask, what does a strategic plan do for us? Okay. We've got day-to-day operations, responsibility of the manager and the leadership team, right? Generally. You've got resident and constituent concerns that you have to address. How many of you that residents contacting you? Yeah, that happens, right? You've got your council meetings every, 2 weeks? Every week. So every week. Wow. Okay. Well, you've got the council meetings. So a strategic plan is going to help you improve all of these areas. It's going to help you because the strategic projects will become part of your council meeting focus. It's definitely going to help as part of projects to make sure you're more responsive and more effectively responsive to your citizens. And then it's all about day-to-day operations. And your charter, I know, says the council can't get involved in day-to-day operations. But guess what? With a strategic plan, you know exactly what the staff is focusing on to improve day-to-day operations. And that's a really cool thing, because the 2 areas that usually between here and here, 3 and 1 is where I call it the black hole. And why it's black hole is, if you don't have a strategic plan, what drives your council agenda? What priorities drive that agenda and the development of that agenda and the projects and the initiatives you're working on? Whatever comes, it's
Every day.
Whatever comes up, it's whatever comes up. It doesn't mean that those things aren't going to come up, that, either citizens raise or there's a community of people start wanting to focus on. But you've got a plan. You've got, I'll say you may have 15 or 20 major initiatives that you're working on. That's going to drive your agenda. You know that that's your bread and butter. It doesn't mean that you're not still going to deal with the routine stuff, but you've stepped up your game with the strategic plan. That's really cool. The day-to-day operations is like, hey, that's my job as a city manager. But with a strategic plan, you now have projects that are going to be directed for the staff operationally to work. Does that make sense? And now you'll know, okay, this is important. So it's not that you're going to interfere, but you're going to comes for the staff to work on. That is a really, really great thing. Because otherwise you end up in a black hole. It's like when a problem comes up, then we're going to try to address it. If a new issue comes up, oh, that's going to become a major. That's going to be the direction we're going to go in, and you're all over the place. So your level, you counsel, this is good. Trust me, this is really true. You determine the level that staff focuses on. If you're only interested in all, there are some councils that are down here just in day-to-day. Nothing, well, they look at these two levels. They never get, these are the three levels they focus on. They never get here. They never get the 4. And if you get the 4, everything can change. And that's what you're going to do. So strategic planning, dimming plan, which you're going to focus on today. You're going to do, which is we're going to focus on the do part, because how many of you, as a council, how many of you there have been strategic plans in the organizations or where you work? Yeah. Were they effective? Well, no, most of them. I'll tell you why, because let me tell you, they only focus on this, which isn't bad, and the strategy and the objectives, and then they go, oh, from the strategies and objectives, you can decide and do your work. Oh. Well, wait, you just left us with these esoteric ideas, but where do we get the work done? So the plan that you have is not just your strategies. Guess what? You've got projects. Really, part that dimming focuses on is the do. And that's what we're going to focus on today. So if you don't have a strategic plan, there's a guy, Peterson Gay. How many of you have whiteboards? Council members have. You have a list of priorities you're going to do during the day? Oh. Sorry.
I also have their whiteboards.
You have a whiteboard? Yeah, I'm old school, but I'm going to get one. I saw somebody with one of those, and they're kind of expensive, but I'm going to buy one. Okay, good, please. So the thing is, most of us have, we check off. We have all the stuff we do during the day, right? It's routine. And I have a whiteboard. I have all the stuff I want to do. And I got so one side's, Mike, you got to do this. This is priority 1. This is priority 2. You guys are always priority 1. And then I've got another side that's all my really deep thinking stuff that I need to work on to kind of, to help my clients and teaching and stuff like that. What do you think I spend most of my time on? Is it the strategic, or is it this routine stuff? It's the routine. It chews up my time. I've got stuff that's been on the strategic side for months. And that's what happens if you don't have a plan. And this is just the bottom line. If you don't have a strategic plan that provides direction, that you agree to, that provides direction to staff, then you're stuck in the routine. You're not moving the needle ahead. The great thing about a plan is you're still going to do routine stuff as a city, but the big stuff is getting done. They're going to punch through. You've got 15 projects here. You're going to punch through. You're going to get them done. You're going to make a difference. Give you an example. Sedona. You guys are all familiar with Sedona. We put in a strategic plan in '96, and one of the big issues in there was we didn't control the uptown area. 89A was under ADOT. And one of the initiatives that the council said is we want that to be turned back to the city so we could put in the necessary, all those pedestrian improvements that you see now. That was done over 20 years ago. But they started that effort. And I left. I went to Tucson before. You see what this? So every year they had a plan. That effort was done because of the plan well over, over time. And look at the difference it's made for the community. If it had just stayed, it was a mess before. So paradox of the routine. Day to day, get away from the day to day, focus more on the strategic. And why do you want to focus on the strategic? Is that's managing. You can shape your future. You can, does that make sense? I mean, you can do things now. Think about this. This is a great thing. You're elected to serve the citizens in this community. But not only the service today, you're looking, you have an opportunity with a strategic plan to look over and say, these are some things we can do in the future. These are small things that can make a huge difference in people's lives, not only in terms of the economic well-being of the community, but the social well-being, and everything can change by just being able to take the time to make. By the way, we are going to take once I get done with this, we'll take a break. This is just tease it up, and then we get into the actual work on the things. But I want to give you a little basis, and then you're going to have a chance to ask some questions on this. So, why is a strategic plan important? You do a budget every year, right? What's the biggest expense in the budget for you, council?
Employees.
Hey, council member, absolutely right. Now, where is their time being spent? They're doing a lot of work. I put a little chart in the book that shows, a department head, there's a lot, it's like a full court press. You're managing a department. You sometimes have to respond to council members. You're dealing with an irate citizen over here. My son's the city manager in Eloy. We talked yesterday, and I said, "Hey, son, how'd your day go?" He says, "Well, I had there's a guy that comes in. He's a Russian immigrant, could speak a little bit. It was a really serious issue. That was not something that he planned. You see where I'm going? Yeah, the department head was dealing with it, and he had to get out of what he was doing and go over there. It is a full court press. So then the question becomes, how do we carve out a little bit of this time of these folks to get the strategic stuff done? And that's where the strategic plan comes in. But, that's where we have to control. We have to determine what are the most important projects to get done. What are the things, because you've got a limited amount of bandwidth, even though, that, and this is, I can tell you, it's every city we've worked with, because we're not private sector, we're public sector. But if you're private sector, you know exactly in terms of the productivity and measurement your employees and what their bandwidth is and what they're doing and all that stuff. It's monitored and everything else. But we are straight out here. The one thing the private sector doesn't have, like my brother was a corporate attorney, they don't have they don't have stakeholders, customers coming in and screaming at them day to day. They're insulated. Their boards don't have public hearings, right? They just get it done. So they have a pretty good life. We're in an incredibly complex environment. So we need to focus on, and today, looking at those, when we think about it, there's a lot of stuff that we want to do. And you saw a lot of strike throughs in that report. Those are things that we might want to work on, that staff may want to work on later. There are some things that are, what are the most important things that we want to get done that get us the results, that actually get results, improving the organization, gets results, improving the community. Does that make sense? Kind of, yeah, sort of. Okay. You guys still with me? I'm getting through this. We also wanted the plan integrated in your operation. So every year you do the budget, that plan, you'll also decide these are the projects we'll do. So you approve your budget for 28. You'll also approve, this is a great thing, you'll approve the staff's work plan. Here's the projects we're going to do. And then that'll be monitored. That'll be held between the city manager and all of the staff. All of your leadership team will be accountable for getting that done. Okay. Then you'll know when they come to your agenda item. Stacy will put, this is a strategic project based in this focus here and all that. and it'll be, everything's updated every year in your budget. The great thing is if you have a project, something really comes up important during the year, and I'll talk about that in just a few minutes later, is that there's an operating policy. You can maybe have 15 projects. You say, this one moves out to another year. We're going to insert this one because this is a priority. So even though when you do 27, when you do your 27 budget, you may see, maybe we want to move this project out to 28 and add another project in for 27. Does that make sense? So it's agile for you and for staff. The bottom line is to remember there's only a limited amount of time to get stuff done. And again, what is the most important things? So, going to show quick. Everything's tied to your guys' key priorities. Trust me, when we did a real good pivot on this, and I want to thank the city manager because I was like, oh, I've got my, this is how trust me, folks, for 15 years, we've done it with every client around the country. We've got 5 maximum, maybe 6 focus areas. No, Mike, we want these priorities. And I looked at the priorities. I was like, whoa, this is going to be a lot of fun. But it's a great thing because these are aligned already to your community. You've already paid for the territory, as the military says. You've already done it. So why reinvent it? And thanks to Joanne, I want to thank you because I was looking at your surveys going, why is it that I'm not getting, I'm looking at, oh, we don't necessarily like these focus areas. I was thinking, I'm slow, but I catch on quick enough. Okay. You can determine the outcomes that you want in this organization as a board, but you have to speak with one voice. One voice. Carter governance talks about you're 7 wonderful individuals. So how do you speak with one voice to give the outcomes to the community, to the organization, for them to get things done? And once you do that through a strategic plan, the means of how that gets done is that. But you've really determined when you approve these projects, you add these, whatever we end up at the end of the day, that is going to be the outcomes you want the organization to achieve. The means of getting it done is going to be left up to Joanne, but it'll be brought back. They'll bring back the proposals to the council for approval. All of your city plans that you have in the future, every plan that you develop separate from the strategic plan, you can include it, the items in there to be implemented to the strategic plan. So what's the strategic plan about? It's about being deliberate about the future. I love the future. Every organization I've worked in, from the time I was, when I was a kid being trained, had issues. When I went to Vermont, they had issues. When I went to Sedona, they had issues. When I went to Tucson, wow, I found heaven. They had a lot of issues. But in any case, the fact is that without having not only dealing with what you have to deal with today, but if we and the folks I worked with hadn't focused on the future, all of those places, it would have been a disaster. Because it's not just about what you've got to do today, a citizen that's in front of you saying, I've got this issue and everything else. That's important. You've got to focus because those are the people that either elected us or those are, in our case, the people we serve because we serve you. But it's really good to change everything in the future, to make everything better. So that citizen complaint doesn't come in. Citizen complaint doesn't come in because you've already resolved it. You figured out a way to work through it. So it's deliberate, excludes, it's not routine. None of this strategic plan is routine items that you can do in your day-to-day operations that get done. It's really about managing the future.
And just maybe you'll answer. And if you'll go back a slide.
Sure.
On the exclude, clearly we need the budget to align with what our
Yes, ma'am.
goals or plans are. And I bring this up because, And one of the things I complain a lot about is the speed of government, right?
Mhm.
And Sarah's online, she'll remember this conversation, but when we passed the housing bond, I was like, oh, yay, what are you doing now? 3 months into it, and they're like, oh, no, we've got to wait till next year to get approval for another FTE, and then we have to do, and it was like a 2-year process just to start implementing it. And now we're doing a great job implementing it, but, can you just reassure my mind why I get why it's excluded, but it also is necessary that we combine the two.
Sorry, I thought I had my book. Great question and a very good question. Yes, your strategic plan items will have, some of them will have budgetary impact, and that's why it's tied to the budget. This is your day-to-day, like funding the fire department. Nothing against you, chief. They're still going to fund you. The funding fire department, police department, every year you're going to provide funding for those. That's routine. But the strategic, and that's why a lot of, that's a great question, Councilman. A lot of organizations felt they don't tie the strategic plan. So you're going to look, and when Joanne and the staff present and these projects come to you, they'll be, and they're going to come during the budget. So when they present them, they'll say, okay, this is just time. This is just that this project doesn't have a cost, but it's time. But then there's going to be, this is going to cost. And then you can decide, is this important enough for us to allocate resources to or not? And if not, then, well, we don't do it. So does that make sense? So it's definitely linked. Yeah. Otherwise, if you don't have the money, that's the biggest problem with strategic. I'm sorry. We have gone in to applications that paid tremendous amount of money. I mean, a lot of money for strategic plans that are aspirational, that have these global objectives. And where it becomes problematic for them is when those things, they try to start implementing them and they're tons of money. You can't do that. Well, of course you can't do it because it wasn't tied into your budget. And then you have these citizens that look at that document and go, oh, wow. Well, you said you were going to accomplish X, Y, and Z. Well, no, because you didn't have the money to do that. So we make sure it's in. Does that help? What, ma'am?
I just wanted you to think out loud.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, well, good. So we're going to have a collective vision, all of us. 7 voices, you speaking one voice from the council, strategic plan. Here's our priorities for the city. Ones that have come from the leadership team, ones that have come from you, and here's the direction we're going to go in. This is what we're going to do. And every single year, guys, during the budget, boom, we approve them, we improve, we add more, they move out in a year, the next year we improve them, and it's just a cycle. It's really, really good. So I have this thing where I tell you, it's like, if we get so many complaints every year, I've presented for the last 8 years at ICMA with our national organization. And I talk to city managers about working with their governing boards. And it's just, you guys are a great council. I'm not saying that because you're paying me, but even without folks that are, we don't do a good job at city managers of providing structure for our council. We don't. And I'm talking not just the budget, that's simple, but strategic planning. We tell them that's a form that allows the council to function. If you remember when I showed you that chart where otherwise you have chaos, because every week or 2 weeks they're going to come up with some, and you're going to come up with some, and then they're whining about why are they doing that? Well, why are they doing that? Because you haven't got it. You have not provided a shared priorities. You're doing what you want to do, what we're trained to do as city managers, but your council has not bought into that. And a lot of times you end up wasting a lot of staff time, because when it comes to council, guess what? Oh, they didn't approve it. Well, were they engaged in the beginning? It's just, it's a simple thing, but a little time to take about how to work with your council more effectively makes a huge difference. And that's the reason I love doing this work, because you guys, if we work together, us and you, we can do incredible things. Incredible things. And that's why strategic planning is so important. So I'm pausing and then we're going to talk a little bit. Yes, talk. You and I'll listen. So what are the benefits of a strategic plan for you? I've kind of given you a 1,000-foot view. What's the benefit for you as a council?
It helps remind me what our focus.
Excellent.
For me, and I know that I'm the numbers geek, but this is like a dream come true. Because I know some people love the priority-based budgeting process, but to me, that was just a lot of smoke and mirrors without a goalpost, you know? And it just didn't give me a feeling of direction and a measurement. And so I think doing this, and this was a big discussion when we were choosing Joanne, was this was the most consequential thing she could implement. And so I'm so excited that we are doing this, because we can not only say it's a goal and we can not only say that it's a priority, but we actually have a plan. Because getting back to that speed of government, it's like, yes, we want to do that, but oh yeah, it's 5 years out. So we can reevaluate that. And that's where maybe the budget comes back in. It's like, you know, do we need to reallocate funds or something? But this actually, as you said, living in that space in the corporate world for so long, I mean, this will get us really where we want to go instead of just lip service. So I'm excited about it.
Alignment, money. Ooh, yeah. I love money. Sucks not that. Excuse me. It's like well, yeah. It's nice having money when you're a city and really.
It's like nice being a good steward of that
Yeah,
money.
being a good steward.
The community wants, and they can see what our strategic plan is, and see that we are applying that money that they're paying in taxes and fees and stuff actually going to the things that matter. So it's.
And that's a great thing, council members. You'll be able to show the community, here's what we're working on. You know, this is not esoteric. Not that there was anything wrong with your objectives in the community priorities, but now you've operationalized those objectives. So these are the projects we're working on to meet those. Others, yeah, very good. Thank you. I appreciate alignment. Yes, Councilman.
You know, where we sit, we've got these resources, the Ponderosa Pine Forest, the mountain, the natural transportation corridor pioneered by the Beale Wagon Road. And all of these resources, we're a community and we've exploited resources as a start, you know, the lumbering industry. But coming to today, I think if we have a strategic plan, we can make use of what God has given us in this location. And the immediate thing that comes to mind is McMillan Mesa, where I can't remember how many years ago it was, but it was a public referendum. How much of McMillan Mesa should be kept as open space versus development? And a compromise was reached in part because the citizens didn't come up with a big pot of money to keep it all open space, but there is still a lot of good open space up on that mesa. And I think having a strategic plan helps us to guide development, or lack of development.
Absolutely.
I'll take it one step further than what I said earlier, try to explain what I meant by that. And for me, what it means is it gives us a chance to grapple with the same context and that the community is kind of grappling with in their everyday wondering of what's going on and why things are happening. And this gives
that same community a place where they could reach back and look at what council was talking about, to highlight those issues and challenges. And then hear our perspective and how we're going to tackle that. Gives them a timeline, it gives them a start and an end date. These things can be beneficial. I'm excited to work through the program though, to see where some of the arguments and discussions that are happening in the community can fit into this realistically. Because I think we have overlooked some of those discussion points.
Yeah, so Councilmember House says it makes sure we have an actual roadmap. Things are measurable, trackable, and transparent. I love strategic planning because it gives a shared vision and shared direction to things like ours while keeping us proactive instead of reactive.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, can I just back up for a minute, if I may? So I understand strategic planning. I understand the benefits, and I think it's wonderful that we're here and we're articulating this and we're being very deliberate about it as a whole team. I'm having a hard time thinking back and conceptualizing our organization as rudderless for this. So we've kind of been doing this work, right? I'd like to get a feeling, like on a scale of 1 out of 10, how much of a deficit this was before. And, just maybe have it articulated a little bit better, why this was so glaringly missing that we're taking a day to have a retreat about it. And again, actually going through this process is very beneficial, and it allows everyone to be on the same page. But I just don't look back and remember the city of Flagstaff just doing only day-to-day things, and not really, this is a compliment and a testament to the city. I think you guys are very well attuned to what council wants. You have been the entire 8 years I've been on council. There are moments when things happen or, the vision gets distracted, but how essentially missing was this up until now?
Yeah, that is a great question. I went back to this, council member, because you're right. You try. I love this city, by the way. Not just because I'm getting paid to be here again. I really do. And this is the most time I've spent in Flag, and each time I'm up here, I enjoy it more. You got things done, but you weren't deliberate about it. You and the councils before you did some. I'm looking at. It's clear to me there was some really good thought here. The issue is you were not deliberate. Your budget. What this allows you to do is, unless you've done this, when you approve the budget, you're going to approve, here's the 15 to 20 key priority things that we're going to work on. I don't know what the number will be every year, and they're both tied together. Now, if you've done that, that's deliberative, as opposed to, oh, let's just come up with an epiphany, and by luck getting things done because you've had competent councils. But let me say I'm a new council member coming in. What's our game plan? What do? I've run for office, right? I've campaigned hard. And this is what, sounds good. This is what Mike wants. Yeah, but then I come to the city and then that's what I'm going to push as a council. And hey, guys, I've worked with you guys like my whole life, or as an adult. And now I consult with you, and I can tell you, it's really hard for council members to kind of check one another. I'm going to tell you, I can't tell you the number of times where it's like, no, I'm not going to do that. You can do it as a consultant, but I'm not going to check that person, or, they'll have the manager. So this allows you to be very deliberate as a group about what you're doing. As a new council member, I've got the game plan, and I've just got to, like the council member Garcia said here, I've got some things I want to see added in. We'll see if the rest of you agree. Those are the things we'll do. But it's Austin, it's just about being deliberate. You guys have done a great job.
I'd like to hear from Joanne on this.
Yeah. Okay, then I'll stop.
Just relate it back to the priority-based budgeting, because I feel like we have developed key community priorities by name, by label, and those have been available, and it's been a living document, so to speak. And I just I'm not seeing what we're doing here as missing from the past. So just help me understand the gap.
Sure. So council member, I think from my perspective, what happens is you all bring things forward as projects. And right now, we don't have a way of including those in our work plan for the division. So I think it's an opportunity for us to get those council priorities included in our projects. On the other side, it's an opportunity, I think, for staff to really understand what direction is and what specific projects they're working on. Because I think we are in a different position where I think our resources are going to be more constrained. And I think we need to be looking at prioritizing what we're working on. I think we kind of continue to say that core services are our priorities, but that doesn't always get translated. So there are things kind of constantly that are brought up to staff about working on that are outside of those core priorities. So identifying what those are and giving us a clear direction, I think will be incredibly helpful. And then working on those together. And I would say, yes, I mean, we've been using PBB and the community priorities, and I think continuing to use those community priorities, I think we can do a better job now of prioritizing, what we're working on and having leadership and council aligned. Does that help? I don't think we were rudderless, and I guess I want to, and I want to be really clear about that. I think it's just a different way of doing it, and one that has that kind of shared governance model that I shouldn't use that word governance. That comes from my NAU days, but that working together, giving us some clear direction, I think will be really helpful. Does that help?
It does.
Thank you.
I was wanting to ask a question that was relevant to this. I appreciate your perspective, Austin. So the question for me is how often are we going to be taking place? Is this going to be taking place as a council every 2 years, every 4 years? And then my comment would be, I think it would be more beneficial, understanding, regardless of the timeline that we're going to choose to jump back into this, to do it with new council members as well.
Yeah, so council member, I mean, it's a great question, and I think it's just a bit of an awkward year just with an election. But my goal would be to do that prior to starting our budget process to kind of look at that project list. I mean, the goal is to have a 3-year project list, and then if we need to revisit some of those, and likely doing those probably December of each year.
As the process goes, it'll become refined. We'll become more used to it, streamlined. Instead of multi-days, it might be more condensed. Thank you.
One thing that I like about this is, I'm big on communication and making sure that the community understands what we're working on and actually sees what we're working on. And parts of that have been said before, so that the public sees how money is being used. And so I'm looking for a way to kind of keep this in our discussions all year long without, necessarily big retreats, but just coming back to it and coming back to where we are on the projects and where we are on our priorities. And Mike, what you said about new council members, I think that that's spot on, right? Because every election season, we see new council members coming in, and it's clear that we haven't done an adequate job communicating to the public what we're already doing, because you hear candidates say we should be doing this, and it's like, well, we are doing that, but we obviously haven't communicated it well enough. So the communication part is the part I'm most looking forward to. Councilmember Matthews and then Councilmember House.
And just to add to that, being in the midst of candidate forum season, the ongoing theme is, what are you going to do? And without a document, a strategic plan to say, well, every year, we review the strategic plan, and because it gets blurred, the lines get blurred, especially with candidates that aren't on council yet, to understand the manager council relationship and how we run this government. And so a lot of people think, oh, you're going to go in and you're going to go over to, streets and tell them they're going to, fix the potholes, whatever it is, right? Sorry. Scott. But, they think they have more direct power, but it also serves as, I'm guessing part of our review process with you. We're not going to micromanage you. We've given you a task. This will be part of it to implement these things that we've prioritized and we put timelines on. And then instead of, hovering over you this month and, well, what'd you do about this, Joanne? What I'm used to is more of a review process, or like that would be part of the presentation to say, this was our strategic plan. This was our, action items for this year. And then you're going to talk about where did you implement them? What were the obstacles? Why did you push it out and stuff? Because again, going back to that separation of management versus policymakers and stuff. And it just is really evident right now having these forums and having the same theme questions and asking, what are you going to do about this? Or when are you going to fix this? And how come this hasn't been done yet? It's like, well, I'm not the city manager, and we can implement policy, but this strategic plan gives us a tool to say, we have a strategic plan, that's public, and this is what we've been focusing on. And then if a council wants to change that strategic plan and those priorities, then that's where it is, right?
And just kind of before Councilmember House, it also provides me a tool to also have accountability with my leadership team.
Councilmember House.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think I put some of this in the chat, but wanted to just voice it as well. I think going back to Councilmember Aslan's question on, why we're doing this, I heard it said that there was a bit of a lack of deliberation. And I would say, I think we've been very deliberate in addressing the what and sometimes the why. I think where the strategic plan comes in very helpful is that it helps us to be very deliberate with the how we're carrying out the plans and the vision that we have for the community, and getting on the same page with that, so that we're able to move forward on that same page and with an understanding of these are the processes that we go through to achieve these things, rather than just trying to figure it out on the fly. I think going back to my original comment about this helping us to be proactive versus reactive, that's really where I see this coming in, because so often when we're faced with a community challenge or a community need, we're having to react to it and try and solve a problem just in that moment. And a strategic plan, in my mind, helps us to look down the line at what's coming for our community and really be strategic in addressing that how before things come up.
Excellent. Is this being taped?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. You know, actually,
Mayor,
Yeah.
I've had the opportunity for 25 years now to work with both private and public entities and boards. And I can say, Mike, you mentioned when you're working with a private board, it's just, you get things done. You don't have to go through a process. You don't have all these public hearings. I mentioned yesterday, Flagstaff's one of the better organizations I've ever been with who has tried to track it, but I see a strategic plan and I see the benefit in that as it does allow the council to work with the public more quickly, the manager to work with leadership team more quickly to try and move things along faster, more similarly to what you would see in the private. It never will be that fast. It's not supposed to be. Transparency doesn't allow that, but that's the way it's supposed to function in the government. And I appreciate the fact that we get to work with the public on that. This just makes it more streamlined. I think it's what I've seen in my experience over those 25 years, that this will help a lot in my opinion.
yes, sir.
So just trying to conceptualize a couple examples where it's going to go. And this is just sort of a popcorn thing. It's not really, don't read too much into it. But, you know, we've had a couple tension between the city and the organization in this city. For example, lack of policy around surveillance to a purchase that wasn't thought out from a policy perspective yet. Maybe this is the sort of thing that will head that off at the pass in the future. There's been significant tension around the electrification of our fleet. Maybe this provides the city manager more cover to push forward with that objective. And there are going to be other examples. I'm just wondering if I'm on the right track or I'm getting too programmatic already.
I'm looking at Shannon and Mary. I don't think we had, did we have either of those in our, but I feel like they were in council.
Task force, and I think sometimes
I'm going to have a specific example.
No, but I mean, it's a good question. Yeah.
I'm using it as an example to say, I think when we talked about things as staff, we're looking forward to next budget year and maybe didn't necessarily capture the things that we're working on. So that's something that the three of us talked about, going back and looking at it by fiscal year to make sure that we're identifying those types of things that we're doing right now. And so I think as an example, that would be included from a broader perspective, but not necessarily about, you know, a surveillance policy. Does that help answer?
So we focused, I mean, you'll see primarily on, I think we had some FY27, but a lot of them were, you know, 3 years, 1, 2, 3 years out. So what you'll see is a lot of things that we're working on right now that we expect to be bringing back in November, for example. We're probably not on that list captured, but maybe they should be. We should be.
But I think what I hear from your example is that what I think this process will do, and where I've seen these types of processes be really successful, is it's an opportunity for council to express your interests. What are the things that you want to figure out how to tackle, but maybe you don't have the exact idea in mind, but you know that this is the broader interest. And then staff brings forward projects to help accomplish that interest. And then you say, that didn't really meet that interest. I think we actually want to do this instead. So I think through this iterative process, you'll see more things just like that. But to the two specific examples you provided to Joanne and Shannon's point, those are not necessarily baked in here because they're already underway. And so the ones that you'll see identified are ones that are more down the road, future focus, And the goal is for us to see and test with council, are these meeting your interests? Are these the things that you want us to be focused on?
Yeah, I think I get it. Last cap might be another example.
Yes. I just asked a question. So in my mind and what you're saying, whether it's a surveillance mechanism or whatever, that's a potential solution to an overall vision. Enhancing, in the strategic plan, it would be more about enhancing public safety and stuff, not drilling down to, we're gonna do X, Y, and Z, because that's more in the potential solutions that we may not even know exist today. So how could we bake it into the strategic plan? So those things that are important for us to have public discussion on when they come up, before they come up, maybe have it in a work session, but not in the strategic plan, because strategic plan is more of a big picture thing that we're gonna improve or enhance public safety or whatever. And then we don't even know what other solutions that may or may not fit in our community will come up. And so I wouldn't see a surveillance mechanism baked into a strategic plan, if that is correct.
Yeah, and I think one thing I will say is that there are always going to be things that are occurring outside of the strategic. It's just kind of nature of what we all do. So, I mean, some of those examples I think could come up, not even related to what we're doing in strategic plan, but we obviously will pivot and work on those items. But I think what we're trying to just do is kind of capture the core of what council wants us to work on.
Wow. Great discussion. So we only have about, a few more slides, 12 minutes, and then we'll have a break. 15 minute break. So let me get through I just want to give some context to the structure, the components that you'll be talking about today. One is obviously, your vision's aspirational thing. Your mission is, how do we get it done? Your mission operationalizes and directs your staff to things get done. Core values, and this was some comments in your surveys. The core values are all internal focus. It's based upon, they're all internal focus within the organization. It tells the employees that a standard of behavior that builds them to accomplish both the mission, which is their focus, and your vision ultimately, but it's all internally focused within the organization. What are the values? When I hire an employee, what are the things I'm looking for in that employee? That's what your core values tell you. What am I looking for in the leadership? What am I looking for in the middle management? What am I looking for in the first line management? Your focus areas we're always going to get this done. Your goals, this is where we are going. How you're going to get it done is the strategies. Your strategies that are in the document that you have looked at is how you're going to, and this is really important because earlier, a lot of plans just stop here at the aspirational level. Your plan will actually move to the project level. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the dialogue with all of the council today, and you guys are spot on. Every single one of you are spot on about what a strategic plan will do. And I appreciate also the staff's response, to your questions and my ramblings to try to get you there. So we are gonna focus on getting stuff done, and that's what's the most important thing with projects. So let's look at your survey results. I mean, the great thing is, and thanks. I had a majority of you submit the survey. You guys want a strategic plan. That was good. You want it part of your annual budget process. That's really good. Yes, you want other adopted plans implemented through it. That's really good. You want completion dates. Thank you. As opposed to this will happen at some point in the future. The vision, you guys were a little bit, and one of the things when we get to this after break it was, the first sentence seems okay. I know there was, even you and the staff had heartburn with the second sentence. Mission generally okay, maybe a little bit of tweaks, and we'll get to that. Core values, again, there were some comments about core values. Wait, they're too inward focused, or they should be more outward focused. Well, they are expected to be inward focused. If I have a core value, and I tell my students this, and the reason I said, is there a recording on this? Because I'm teaching a class at university, and a component of it's strategic planning. So I want them to kind of hear this. Not me, hear you. The questions you were asking, I want my students to hear, because I think it's important, because someday they're going to be in these seats, and I want them to know what to expect. So I think we're okay on generally on the core values, but we'll see when we get there. It's almost like the weather report. There are 5 focus areas. I know this is where I should have woke up, guys. I'm a council, sorry, I didn't mean to call you guys. And I did. That you had some problems with focus areas, and told Joanne to call me, and I was like, hey, this is what I've done for X number of years. And I'm not a rigid guy, but and then I was like, oh, this is why. Well, in case I woke up. So we're going to go through a strategic plan. In the last part of your workbook, you're going to have a great strategic plan when we're done. You now I've also given you an operating policy that you and the council eventually approves this strategic plan. You need to adopt this operating policy, because that tells you how, and it needs some adjustments, because there are some things that yesterday we talked about. It'll tell you how the plan operates. So when a new council member comes in, here's our operating policy. And it's great, because it tells you every year during the budget, you update the plan. If there's a project added, you have to talk about staff's capacity to get that done. And there's a lot of other stuff in there. It's a really, really cool, kind of like directions on riding the bicycle, it's a good thing. So I'm not going to talk in detail about that today, but I put it in there ultimately for you to adopt when you adopt a plan and work on it. So council along with staff. So we're gonna start at, you got a break? I got done in record time. Any questions on that? Before we take about a 15-minute break, please, let's make sure it's 10:30. I'm actually giving you a couple minutes extra. You got 2 minutes extra. So if you can come back at 10:30 so we can get started in on these, the real work here. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for your time. Questions? Thank you.
I go see.
Yes.
We're back offline.
That's our part of my
Yeah.
Want to share the worksheet now?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. I misunderstood.
And everyone. Everyone. Good to have that.
Well, and it's nice that you recognize that.
And did you use the Dutch Brothers?
Much better.
Keith and I have a deal.
All right.
I said that mine is so long.
Okay,
We got it yesterday.
so I think we've got, oh, still missed. So let's get started. So council, we're going to start out by just your vision, the mission and core values. I'm going to ask you for some keywords, just things that in the future you would want to change in this. So it's not like we're going to change it today, but from the meeting with the leadership team, they wanted to do the second sentence, needs amending. First sentence needs a little improvement, more aspirational, and eliminate the city of. And so on your side, the other items that, you know, and again, you'll at a future retreat with the council, you'll refine these, but you know, they're pretty solid that you've worked with them, you've had them. How many years have you had them? For a long time. So it's not like this is just like fine tuning. It's like, yeah, fine tuning. So what are some things that you would want to add? You would see that in terms of changes in the vision statement that hasn't already been mentioned by the staff here on the right-hand side.
Just Stacy and I were just talking over here, and what we think 15 years ago these were adopted, give or take. Yeah. So,
15 years, you said?
that's, okay, thanks, God.
So is there any, or are you okay with it? Does this look like the staff?
Seconds, first sentence. Fosters and supports.
Was there a reason why they wanted to eliminate second sentence?
I think the thought was that we wanted to simplify the vision statement. And so we felt like we could take off the city of.
I agree with that.
We also talked a little bit, and again, I think, you know, the plan would be in council is good with kind of what the leadership team has recommended. We would like to bring something back for your consideration, but also just making, you know, a vision should be more aspirational. You know, that a little bit aspirational.
Would it make sense to do on the second sentence instead of making it a set? Say Flagstaff is a safe, diverse, just, vibrant, and innovative community with unique character and quality of life for all, fostering economic, environmental, educational, and cultural opportunities. Well, when I was reading through your sentence, it got a little.
Author Aslan.
Thank you.
It's better be.
Here we go. So, yeah, I took a lot of time with this and I tried to be very blunt and honest. I'm not sure I've ever seen that vision statement before. I don't know where it exists. You know, I like the mission statement, which I really do like because it's short and sweet and to the point. I find this very toast. I think it's so broad it could apply to any community. I don't think there's anything in there that says Flagstaff. You know, and I'd like it to have something more that articulates what makes Flagstaff unique. So I'm just looking through my notes here that I turned into you guys. I think it should incorporate a stronger commitment to balancing resident, social, economic, and ecological well-being, while acknowledging that resources are finite and that we must live within our means. And I'm going to say this a lot today. I think it should contain a long-term or generational mindset.
What does that mean?
That we're not just thinking about today and tomorrow, but we're planning ahead. Just as a fundamental, you know, key component of it. For me, that's a core value. And I'd like to see it repeated.
The thing that caught me was the quality of life for all.
Yeah, we don't want that.
I don't know that, everyone in Flagstaff enjoys a really positive quality of life, because of various factors. And I'm wondering if instead of that blanket statement, if we could show some aspiration for helping people to achieve a high quality of life.
An opportunity.
See something coming. I agree with the mayor on that point. Okay.
Said, although a vision statement is not today factual, it's our vision to become, right? It's something we continue to strive for. So then I struggle a little bit with taking that out, because it's like, we don't want to say right now we're riddled with challenges, and you know, we have a vision of what we should be, it could be, and we strive for it every day. So I want to make sure we don't take away that.
This is a good, so the great thing with this is we've taken notes here. The staff will come back and they can fashion a vision statement based on these that you'll consider. We can go now to the.
And can I just make
Yes,
a comment?
please.
I would say that was very consistent with things that we heard yesterday.
The mission statement is, this is directs the organization. And yesterday they said, you know, it's our current mission statement is to protect and enhance quality of life for all. Very simplistic, and direct. Protect quality of life. Statement was from yesterday's. What is quality of life? Subjective. Second sentence from vision statement. And what they talked about was maybe having the second sentence from the vision statement move down here. We can get, oh, sorry. This is great. This is kind of like a game show. Is having that second sentence move down here to the mission, which does make some sense to give it a little bit more direction. And then adding exceptional public service. That was it. So here's the current mission statement. What does the council see and additional things you'd like to consider? Revision. Yes.
So again, as I just said, I've always liked this mission statement because it's short and to the point. It's pretty snappy, and it's you know, it's accessible. But since we're getting under the hood and tinkering, at the risk of broadening the statement a little bit, or maybe some of this can go up above with the vision statement or even with core values. Again, I'd like to see incorporating our intent to plan for the future. And it could also use a broader understanding of stewardship and justice or fairness. Others?
Okay. Next one's core values. Yeah. That's the heart of the organization. You guys like that? Okay. Well, I guess it's the heart. Core values are all internal. This is what we want every employee to understand, to commit to. When we are making decisions internally in an organization, we want to make sure this is internal, guys. Council, excuse me, and mayor and council. We want to make sure it's consistent with our core values. Everything we do is driven by our core values, hiring, everything. So it's internal. It's an internal focus. It's really important. I was telling the group yesterday, I can't remember when I said this, years ago. I remember our core values: fairness, integrity, respect. I added this one. Pardon me, as I remember when I added, they were like, "Oh, what's wrong with you, Mike?" Caring and honesty. Those were that. We called it FIRCH for short. But so yesterday they were talking about that the lead excellence and transparency. It's covered by accountability and integrity. Add quality. Add something for stewardship and resilience. I heard stewardship somehow somewhere. Result-driven collaboration, creative and innovative, and then honesty, respect, and trustworthy, ethical. Those things need to be kind of considered as part of it.
I was just curious why we haven't put inclusivity or equity as part of our core values up till now. I also agree with excellence being deleted only because I don't understand what that means in the context of core values.
And I like that staff included collaboration. I like that word better than teamwork. And Councilmember House said increased focus on service, include responsive, responsible, and inclusive local government.
And that was related to the
Vision.
or the
Vision.
mission.
Oh, okay.
So I have it documented.
Okay. Councilmember Elson?
Yeah, I'll just keep going here. Responses. Survey. So I don't like these at all. It feels like it describes how a corporate organization functions internally. All these things: teamwork, accountability, integrity, transparency. They're great, but they don't really describe what Flagstaff stands for. It's not.
This is internal, right?
I believe that our decisions need to be guided by values and principles, not just motivational buzzwords. I think all of that feel-good stuff will speak for itself. So some examples that I included, which I've already heard around the room: stewardship, fairness, inclusivity, fiscal responsibility. Go down a little bit. Upholding the democratic ideals, Constitution, and generational thinking, and committed to staff and employee education and continuing learning and improvement.
Just a couple of points. And Councilmember, I want to make sure that you know that we do have the survey results. So.
Well, I don't know that everyone in the room is.
But I would say, we utilize these core values internally with our employees. Like we use them through our evaluation process, for example. So kind of, I think thinking of these in terms, I think that's why we have the core values. Those were adopted later, correct? Those were, I don't know what year. So I just wanted to just make that point, not to your point, but just kind of overall, that's what.
And I agree, the ones I mentioned are a little bit more outward facing.
Councilmember Garcia, then Councilmember Matthews.
Okay, so I wanted to speak to that point. City manager, is there a place where we have more of what Austin's asking for of that outward facing, more community value set that is part of this document?
That is a great question. Yes, we do. And the number of these are covered in your, what used to be your community priorities, but are now your focus areas. A lot of this language is in there now. I don't see the democratic ideas, but employee education, learning and improvement, stewardship, all of that is either in somewhere in the document in your focus areas or your strategies. So it's embedded in the and those are important because that drives those drive your project.
And to me, it's important that we distinguish that in a way that if a community member opens this up and says, this is the core values of Flagstaff, they look at it and go, how am I supposed to have teamwork as a community? But so it's more clearly defined for this internal inside looking.
Yes, and maybe it should be because these things are definitely in your community. Those community priorities already had them. Because they're already there. It's just now written as part of the document, that the draft document you have. The great thing is these core values are, maybe we should name them internal core values, not core, it's internal, which drive, and you absolutely need them as an organization. Because I don't know why this is so important, especially with these, the generation that we have now that are coming in, they want to know what your organization stands for. When I'm hired to work here, they want to know what is the core values of that work. Not, they know the strategic plan is your community values and everything else. I want to know why should I come to work in this organization? That's what these need to tell us. Why do I want to come to work here?
Having a definition and clear guidance, I think, is also equally important. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah, I thank you for clarifying that this is internal and not, this is what Flagstaff is. We are a corporation. We are a municipality company. And that's how I'm looking at this as a organization with employees. What are the values that we want to expect of how everybody's treated and stuff. So I don't agree with all of the things said, but I do like, results driven. Michelle and I were talking at the break and we talked about the difference between the private sector and the public sector. And the private sector, has they're results driven. They have timelines to get some stuff done. In the private sector or the public sector, not so much. You have your 9 to 5 job and there's not a lot of motivation, a lot of times, at least historically, to be performance based, right? You're just like, you're going to work 9 to 5, whether you take on a new project or you don't. So I like performance or results driven. I think that's important. And I think that's been a bottleneck in some of our processes in getting stuff streamlined, is because there's no motivation behind it. I know none of the staff today do this, but I've known over time that sometimes they look at city council, they're like, someday you'll be gone. So if I just drag this out long enough, somebody else come in with a new idea. So I think performance, results driven and performance is important. And I think that collaboration, I agree with that. I think that that's really critical, that we work together as a team. So teamwork, collaboration can be the same. And respect, honesty, trustworthy, ethical. I think that, that is expecting the way people behave, on their job. It's respecting others and being trustworthy and being honest is important. So those are the ones that I would highlight.
And then on the screen, you can see Councilmember House's.
Want me to read them off, Stacy?
Yeah.
Service, respect, belonging, stewardship,
Others,
innovation, adaptability,
so
She's reading.
adaptability.
I really like that, and the well-being, especially however it's worded, that, because if I was looking to come to work at the city, knowing that it's a place that wants its employees to be well and take care of themselves would be a big selling point for me. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. And I'm not, Councilmember Matthews, I'm not doing this to push back against you. It's just to enrich the conversation with what you brought up, which I think is an important topic to discuss. And that's the difference between process driven and results driven. Because results may vary. And if you focus, we focus our employees on strictly results, they might take a tact that doesn't actually provide a good process for everything else that they're doing. I mean, we have variance, all kinds of outside factors coming into this. Now, to support Councilmember Matthews, I think results are important, but I question, and I want staff to be able to kind of decipher, at least from this comment, the difference between the results and the process driven for our staff, and to see which one is most relevant to put in a document like this, so that way we play on the same playing field and have the same keel moving forward, or the even keel moving forward on each project. Thank you.
Mike, I think what I would like to do is take this back to the leadership team, just come back and, work on internal core values. We felt like we had some good input yesterday, and this has been very helpful as well.
This is, and yes, it's great, council. I want to make sure all the comments are there, that you provided this, because the leadership team now has some guidance in terms of putting together a draft that you, not only in your core values, but I assume the vision and the mission, but you also have this to do a check on, and then 85, maybe 80% of the way there, and then you'll fine tune it to 20%, and we'll hit pay to it. Okay, so I appreciate it. So, Councilmember.
Is there room for a list for external core values?
Your external core values, Councilmember, are going to be your focus areas and your strategies. And if they're not, then you need to add them in, because that's outward facing. I mean, when you go to the community, that's why, we want to make sure that we pause and are very, you have honored the time that those are going to take. It's not something that we, give the manager credit for this, like, don't, try to compress that into the day. So, but once you have those focus areas, that's what is outward to your community. That tells your community, this is what we're going to do always, and this is how we're going to do it. Does that make sense? I mean, and if it's not clear, you need to make them clear. And that's why it's something that I don't think it's going to take probably a day to get through those, and do honor to them, because you guys are smart and you're engaged and you want it done right. And we didn't want to rush it. Okay. So I hope I answered. Sometimes I ramble, Council.
It sounds like we're getting to it. Yeah.
Are you're okay? Yeah. Sure. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm just more concerned about our outward facing values and what Flagstaff stands for. This does feel more corporate to me and employee related. Right, it's fine. It is what it is. I would double down on employee well-being. I got that real quick.
That's caring. That's good. Okay, so what we're going to do now, and I just want to kind of do a little reflex on this, is that like I said, most communities I work with have 5. You guys have 8 focus areas. And that's good, because 7 of them are from your community priorities. Now, what I did is I grouped, and we'll get into those projects under those. There's 2 of your focus areas or community. They're now your focus areas: safe and healthy community, and inclusive and engaged community, and livable community. I have those as kind of one set of focus areas and strategies, and I have projects together under each one of those, since they're very similar. The same thing with your environmental stewardship and sustainable and innovative infrastructure. Very similar. So there's like one set of projects. What we're going to do is to start out, we're gonna first review, and we're definitely going to come back. We're first going to review, and we really want your input. I know there may be some additions and some changes on the what the department heads came up with yesterday to see on each one of these areas. And then we're going to go back to what you recommended as the council on projects and do that. I just want to make under each one of the community priorities now called focus areas. And so just wanted to make sure you're aware of that. And the staff is here to, so let's, as we go up, we'll go to the projects now. Yeah. And you already have the track changes for that. So the first, these are council, and we'll come back to those. We're going to go to the leadership team.
So before you go to this, Mike, and
Yeah.
I just want to make a couple of comments about staff's comments throughout this document. It was heartwarming to me. There was a lot of additions of creativity, collaboration. So it was a really great discussion yesterday that I think have made this even better moving forward. So when you go through it, I just, just think about it in those terms. Staff spent a lot of time yesterday talking about, what we wanted this to look like and what we wanted our organization to reflect.
And this is your high performance organization area. So it deals with obviously high performance organization. So the first thing that staff looked at, and I'll go through each and then we'll pause. By the way, we will take a lunch break at 12, is an ERP rollout. And this is as you all can imagine, is a huge, huge project. It's going to be done in stages, but ultimately everything will be completed by FY30. And I won't go into details since we have the IT director here if you have questions, but it's going to look at all your business processes and propose improvements. So this is a really, really good thing, because we had a session at the university where we had a expert in AI come in, and one of the epiphanies for folks in the room was, look, if you implement AI in a bad process, guess what you're going to get? You're going to continue to get bad results. So the thing is to focus on the process. So I'll stop there. Any questions on this?
On this one, and then I'll shut up, but this is one of the biggest things an organization can go through. It's a complete revision of the financial system we're using, our HR payroll, incredibly staff intensive. So it's a big project and one that's definitely necessary.
Is this the means by which we're able to have our budget interface with the community?
Jay wants to make a comment, but that's the goal, is having it all integrated. Might as well just stay out for the next few.
Stand up, sit down. Morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, CJ Perry, your Chief Information Officer. So yeah, the ERP kind of actually covers quite a range of modules. So as the city manager mentioned, we got our financial systems, payroll systems, human resources systems, utility billing systems, and our budget systems. So we're evaluating all of those kind of under the umbrella of ERP. It might be a couple different software packages that we end up going with, but this is kind of more that umbrella project that covers the whole suite of software applications that we're looking at.
Does it all get implemented at the same time, or do parts get implemented along the way?
So we're going through the strategy session to effectively lay out what that looks like. So I don't have an answer for you today. In about 6 months, I'll have a lot more clarity as to, what that actual roadmap would look like. So it just kind of, it varies. This is a big system, so there's usually some sort of phase rollout, but exactly what those phases are and exactly, what order.
I have motivation and what I've seen from the teams when the ERP rollout and having been through ERP rollout, I think several have. The overall goal, technology is really important, but the overall goal is to see how we can streamline processes, generate efficiencies, those types of things. So you see the technology lift, you also see the addition of that second sense, which I think is one of the most important pieces of this, which is reviewing those processes in that ION, where we can streamline and make improvements as well.
Did you run over all those subsystems again? I was taking notes, but I missed a couple. Payroll.
So yeah, finance, payroll, HR, budget, utility billing. Those are kind of the 5 we've sort of identified, broadly. Again, that could be one system. It could be multiple systems. We're kind of going through that process right now. Procurement's actually we just completed. So we actually have a new procurement module. Huge shout out to Rick and Patrick and the team. We went with OpenGov. We're doing some business process reviews on that and trying to streamline some of that process, but that actually went live a couple months ago.
Okay. So you might just.
I'm just going to stay up here and.
So next one is computer aided dispatch records management system.
Yeah, and I'll give a quick highlight on that. There was a comment, of renewing the hexagon last council meeting. So that's our current CAD and RMS system. So CAD stands for computer aided dispatch and record management system for RMS. It's an older system, a legacy system. We're looking at upgrading. This is not new capabilities. This is not, I know there's a lot of talk on some of the new things that the police department is doing. This is just replacing that software. Should be seeing a contract going to council. I think it's in 2 weeks. I don't have the working calendar in front of me. It's in the next couple of weeks. We're just finalizing the details on the Versaterm contract. We went through an extensive process with collaboration with all of our partner agencies, the sheriff's office, and a UPD, the fire department, all the fire districts, all of that. We went through a really extensive process, demoed a lot of different software, looked at what other agencies were doing. Versaterm was the one that came out on top, and that will be going through soon. So we'll be starting implementation on that here very, very quickly.
Thank you. So more, or is the planning development services software?
So this is similarly currently our permitting process and a lot of that type of functionalities in our current ERP attached to it. This likely will be a different piece of software. There's 1 or 2 ERPs that do have this in, but the majority of them do not. So we're kind of going through this as kind of a separate but parallel process with the ERP. So again, looking at business process improvement, as Mary mentioned, where focusing on streamlining on the process, making it easier. There's going to also be a lot more public input on that. So we're getting some of the contractors and some of the people that actually use the software from the external perspective as input on hey, what would you like to see? What's difficult about our current systems, so that we can put that into the requirements gathering process and make sure that the product that we select really works well for the community as well as for staff internal. It's a really comprehensive process. We're going on all of these. Any one of these would be a huge accomplishment for an IT department. We're doing 3 of them at once. So see more gray hairs or maybe just lack of hair from next couple of years, you know why.
Questions, Council?
So much.
Yeah, now you're going to wonder, and we're going to get to that in just a few minutes. Modern Business Systems Innovation Lab were replaced by If you go to page, I think it's page 7, and we'll get to that by another, we're going to take an overall look at every single process in the city over a period of time. Every year, certain projects will be selected, and I'll talk about that. The one that we had was a performance dashboard. It's great to, we're going to develop a dashboard, organizational goals, key performance indicators, metrics, and most importantly, once you guys, once the Honorable Mayor and Council approve the strategic plan, you'll you want to track progress, right? And that'll be really important for accountability with your constituents. And we want to get that done by 29. Questions on that?
That looks like, and how the public interfaces with it.
Where we don't right now, I think some of it is also going to because it also could. We signed it to the financial planning team, which is the new budget team. But it's basically the city manager's office and budget representatives and our management services director. That's the financial planning team. So we'll be talking about it, working on what that could look like.
Okay.
This climate housing task force is a collaboration of folks that we're going to be working on, and it's already happening. Staff is already doing it, and so even though it came out of recommendation of staff, it's like we're already doing it. The folks that are actually involved in it, and so if council has any question on this, we have folks here that can address that.
And just so, and maybe I'm sorry I'm looking so much, but Mike, I think you explained this, but these projects came from members of the leadership team.
Yeah.
So when we talked yesterday, we kind of vetted some of these, and actually, I think educated each other as well on some things that were happening.
Exactly. Yeah, and that, thanks for clarification on that. Manager, yeah.
Just a clarifying question. Is the climate housing task force, would this question fall into this? Like I know that climate for sure, I'm not so much sure about housing. When there's, climate, when there's a purchase like of a vehicle and stuff, I believe that they have input in when we are upgrading our fleet. And I remember our last meeting before break, we had 2 very large 4x4 crew cab vehicles for the new maintenance for the right-of-ways. And I was going to ask a question and I thought somebody else would, and I just kind of waited to see the discussion, but is that where that would go, where there would be, it would have been nice that we talked about why we went to a full gas vehicles for those 2, but at least have it footnoted in the agenda why we didn't do hybrid or something. Is that the input there, or is that in a different area? Like what they would have?
That process is actually part of the fleet management committee.
Okay.
And I think in those instances, we included the form attached to that agenda item to identify that we do look at electric vehicles first. And we look at a hybrid, and then we look at an ICE or a combustion engine last.
I pulled those forms and I just saw the work order, so I must have missed that.
It's at the very bottom where they start to identify the specs of the vehicle, sustainability, fleet as part of public works, as well as the division are all conversation.
It's a sustainability fleet, have a robust conversation about what's needed.
Yeah, they're not only part of that fleet management committee, but also part of that specification conversation. Scott, is there anything that you would want to add?
No, I think it's a really interesting point that you pick up on, and I think we're trying to improve our methods in the staff summaries to make sure you understand that there is process. And I think as you articulated, Shannon, that fleet management committee and that evaluation is ongoing. And I think there's different, the only thing I would add is I think there are different objectives that are being met after that discussion. So this concept that all vehicles will be X is very, very difficult when you have an operation of the city that have so many different operational needs. So we've really shifted that conversation to be more of identifying the true operational need, not the smoke and mirrors operational need, the true realistic everyday operational need, and then matching that as best as possible with manufacturer specifications and availability, outcomes of what the work to be performed could be. So oftentimes I think it's a very specific example that it is one engine type. But I think the analysis that the Fleet Management Committee and all those stakeholders share in the discussion of is much more broad, because it takes into account so many different things other than just.
Agree with that. I was just surprised because it is one of our objectives, our priorities. And it could have been that I just missed it, that I didn't see at least comments about it in the summary, why the supervisor truck was a 4,500. And then why was it, why did we need that? And I'm sure there's a really good reason, but I didn't get the answer from that. And then why wasn't it hybrid? And so when the community sees that and they're reading like, wait, I thought you had a carbon neutrality plan goal. And I agree, we've had to pivot and buy our cruisers for our police department, all gas, technologies, and that kind of stuff. Those are really legitimate reasons. I just didn't see the reason why there, and I was kind of surprised because I don't know what is needed in the vehicles, and just wanted some explanation of why that wasn't addressed in the summary.
Thank you. Very good feedback. I think it reminds us on why we're improving that staff summary process so that you have all the information you feel comfortable with and the community has full transparency. That's our goal. So very good suggestion, and we'll continue to refine that summary process.
And Councilmember Spence.
Could we hear what CCE stands for?
Communication and civic engagement.
Communications.
Communication and civic engagement. That's the division.
Thank you.
We'll spell that out.
Yeah, we'll spell that out in the final plan. But in fact, that's the next project, is to develop a comprehensive communication strategy for public awareness and community engagement. So it'll be all inclusive, and to have that done by 28.
Music to my ears.
Okay. Questions on that one? The next one is, again, we're going to get the organizational review. You'll see it in just a minute. Succession planning. You're going to be by 20. That's something HR is currently working on. So a 20 succession plan for most of your, also identifying your critical positions that you definitely want to make sure that are replaced. Any questions on that, Council? Next one is, now this is wonderful. Every single year, and this will be the city manager, will identify specific processes within the city that, and obviously that'll be, as I assume, as part of the strategic planning process, and bring to the council. These are the processes, maybe 4 or 5 processes to look at. All of that will be engaging employees that are the ones that are most knowledgeable about that process in improvement. What that'll do, along with the work that you'll be doing with your software, your ERP, but also, I was talking to the director in AI, you'll be able to, that'll be a major improvement. I can tell you unequivocally, most cities never look at their process. So this is a big step forward. Any questions on that one?
So I see the responsibility area for the city manager, but are we going to engage community input? Because that's probably the #1 theme I hear is bottleneck in the processes from the people that actually have to utilize that service or that department and stuff. And so I'm glad to hear.
Yeah, and Councilmember, I think it will be both. I mean, yes, we hear a lot from the community. We also hear some of our internal processes as well. And we haven't, again, quite kind of figured out what this looks like. And I don't want to frighten anybody by talking about like AI, but I think it's an opportunity to look at, just make it, you know, more efficient and effective. Customers.
The last one for the staff, and then we're going to go back to all of the councils. Is this came up, the streamlined boards and commissions and review and improve infrastructure. And it sounds like we're working. So I wanted to help you with staff an opportunity to talk with the council about that.
Sure. So we're currently, my office is currently working with a couple of members of the leadership team to review all of our board commissions, look at their roles and responsibilities. We're looking at areas in which we might improve some efficiencies within our boards and commissions. So we are working through that right now. We're hoping to get that to council with some recommendations early next year and get some direction from you all. It's an exciting endeavor for sure.
This is from your surveys. There was this workforce housing assistance partnerships, workforce housing, and I want you to kind of say, staff, if you look on page 17, I think 24, excuse me, let's start at first page 13, 17 and 24. There's all references to housing focus projects to improve housing affordability, those type of efforts. So what I would suggest is when we get to those pages, if those don't address what the objective was here, we need to come back and revisit this. But there's at least 3 initiatives that staff came up with yesterday that are, we're going to do X, Y, and Z to do that. And I'd suggest when we get to those this morning or after lunch, you can say, well, yeah, but there's still something missing. We'll come back. Is that okay with the council? Yes. Now, child care support was, yes, let's pause on that one there. Expand initiatives and improve accessibility to affordable, high quality child care for residents and employees. That was one of your, and again, these were not from just maybe one council member, but I wanted to make sure everybody, that I got every idea up here. But childcare's actually looked up last night, and there are cities that are but it's expensive. Like I didn't know Pima County actually has where I live. They provide a subsidy. That's well.
So Mike, go ahead, Councilor.
One thing, excuse me, one thing that pops into my mind is, are we in this category, are we trying to model a program for city employees that might be replicated by Gore or NAU or the hospital for childcare support? I see it's both for residents and employees. Employees means city employees, I guess. For residents, kind of back to the workforce housing, we've identified that as a priority that we want to see action on workforce housing. And as we've identified that priority, we see that the FUSD has come up with a program for workforce housing property they own. Mountain Line is coming up with workforce housing. So there's progress being made in all sectors, but in terms of uh, city action item, a city project, are we thinking of childcare support as being a model program that serves employees, but would also be a model for other agencies in the city?
This is one of your items.
Yeah, this is the, yeah, it's really, this came from the council, one of the comments on the council survey, and and Councilmember, you did exactly, you know, it's like, so with every city, we've got a wheelhouse of things that we do that are expectations from our community, the basic services, but there's also, in the case of Flagstaff, you've got some really enhanced services as protections to and well-being of your citizens. The question becomes, is this something that's in our wheelhouse? I mean, it's very, very expensive. It's being addressed by a lot of other folks. And what, you know, how, I think one of the council members had said, how do we do this? So if you can't answer why would we do it and how we're going to do it, then but it came up. And
Just Mike, a point, and Heidi, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I know you're been involved in this. She can hear, okay. Yes.
I thought you mentioned
Partnering with United Way on childcare. Yeah, we just need an update and.
We actually-
reword this.
Actually, what we started to do was we actually put money toward having someone work through the United Way. I don't know if we call them a United Way employee. I'll get that information for you and put it in the chat, but we actually have been funding somebody to get started on this and to look into how we can do better childcare services, but by no means were we thinking that would reside in this division. Just kidding. No, I'm just saying that we don't feel like we should be the ones. We are happy to partner with people and to all rolling. So Ms. Archuleta, the United Way president, had hooked us up with somebody. I think the person's name is Becca. Yes. And I don't know if she's full-time or 32 hours. But at any rate, and they are going to be coming back to you probably around January to discuss where they're at with all of this. I think that it's an initiative that we could dabble in, but I don't know that it's an initiative that the city should be actually leading.
Potentially, it could be continued partner to expand initiatives if we want to keep it up.
I think that makes sense because I can't speak for all employees, but expertise lies elsewhere outside of the city. And we do a lot of work that is partnering with local agencies and nonprofits. And we provide funding to, certain entities as our partnership in achieving that goal. And that's kind of how I see this. I mean, it's definitely, this is a quality of life issue and an economic issue. But I see it as more of we are helping those with expertise to expand initiatives.
So just to add to that too, childcare is a really critical need in every community and ours, and it affects the workforce if they can't go to work. I like saying that we can look at partnering and help support because we just can't take on every problem. Our budget already is falling, short on some areas. City manager has talked about, we have to look at retraction on some stuff. But championing United Way and some other programs or things just to help them expand their programs. I think that's the way to go. I don't think we should have a direct involvement in anything. And also this goes back to our conversation we had a couple of months ago about, and the mayor maybe remember it, of all the organizations we do support, maybe annually reevaluating those. Some of them are contracts, but before they come up for renewal, is that, with so many needs in our community, I want to make sure that we're looking at those regularly so we can say, yes, those are not that they're less important, but we've got bigger critical issues in that. And then workforce housing, as Spence mentioned, there are some good projects out there. I know I've had conversations with the city management team and housing and planning and zoning about just kind of changing some codes. And I hear there's some hiccups and just some of the things that could make it easier to incentivize developers to bring those in. So I think, I don't know if it fits there or in another place. And I know LastCap might work on some of it, but I understand that the incentive program for affordable housing has a component for 150 AMI for ownership, but our zoning is only 100%. But if we change that, there's other things that get complicated. But I think we can work on that and find a solution. And that would be a really great easy fix in my mind, because I'm not a zoning person, so I just change the number on there. But also, I've heard some other developers that say this is not my wheelhouse. And so I think maybe opening up more opportunity for them to invest in a pot, for workforce development that another property can take on. Might be something to look at, and I don't believe we have that capability right now. But if a developer said, look, I only know how to build this type of product, I don't know how, I'm not going after tax credits and other things that are affordable or for workforce, but if he contributed to a pot or that was an option for them, I think that might be utilized and help us fund some private partner or public partnerships.
I'll be brief about the council, the child support side of things, but I'm thinking of the word externality when it comes to that, and I might be a little bit off base with that. But as I want the conversation to continue, if that's part of the action item that we're going to have. But I think in general, it's just if we could contextualize it under affordability, it's just, to me, another thing that adds up to affordability in a conversation. It just happens to be one that is highlighted and accentuated these days because of the rising cost of everything, including that. So whether we keep it in this document or we move it out, I still want to have a focus on it.
That was a great point. So we're going to get to the workforce and affordable housing as we move into the other focus areas. On this one, what we're thinking about, just thought would be, because we're already doing it, is partner to support initiatives, correct? We're partnering, we already have it sounds like we already have that improves. So it's something we're already doing. The division,
Well, it's income vitality, but I just want to make it clear that the reason why we're supporting it as a position, it's not a position that we're overseeing, is that that's the partnership, but we will never be able to do an incentive like we do with businesses to say, oh, as a resident, you can apply for this and get money for your childcare. We just would never have the funding or the capacity for that. But we do have the capacity to be a partner to a solution that maybe United Way or others would come up with.
is this accurate?
I think partnering is good.
Okay.
Yeah, we will partner, but we cannot be the main people that solve this, but we could be participating. And the way we felt the best to participate was to help with that position.
We're going to have this as ongoing.
Of course.
Because it's ongoing and it's critical. Okay. Employee wellness. This came up. I don't know if we have a wellness program. If not, wellness program. So is there a particular component that, we already have wellness, and maybe, is this something?
Yeah, and I personally feel very good about our wellness program that we have through NAPEP. Ryan, I don't know if you have anything to add on this one?
On the employee wellness. Yeah, we, can I speak from here? Or you want to go up?
You're really loud.
Sure. So, excuse me, Ryan Saxby, your HR Risk Management Director. I mean, this is an ongoing initiative that we do partner with NAPEP. We have a benefits analyst in my office that regularly promotes, advertises, emails out wellness events. We've kind of put our wellness program under the larger banner of our Flagstaff Summit Learning Program, which is a map. We call it Trail Aid. So our safety and our wellness events are programmed under our Trail Aid program. We regularly have conversations with EAC as well, Employee Advisory Committee, on ways to promote wellness. I think where we lack maybe is the outreach component and the advertising. So that's really where we're putting our efforts. The wellness programs exist. They're pretty robust. Just the response and the attendance isn't necessarily where we'd like to be. So I see us putting a lot of investment in advertising it better. And that's starting with sort of the campaign around marketing our wellness programs.
This has already been done, so it's looking at. Is it okay just marking through? Yeah. On the forecasting.
Just a minute,
Just a minute.
Councilmember House raised her hand.
Yeah, I'm gonna advocate for that not being marked through as already done. We are doing a lot of things with wellness, but this is an expansive conversation that I want to keep advocating for. We adopted the resolution to work towards being a recovery-ready community, and this is a huge part of that. The initiatives that we're part of expand beyond just physical wellness or well-being. It's also inclusive of mental health and well-being, trauma-informed workplace culture and practices, and supporting the overall and inclusive health of our team members. And I don't think that we are fully there yet. So I'm going to advocate for that not being crossed through, but looking at ways that we can expand that to truly be fully focused on the wellness of our organization.
We have that in our program now, the mental health.
Sure. I mean, I can speak to, we have our, of course, our employee assistance program that's available to all of our employees. I don't want to put the chiefs on the spot, but it's been public safety, but that's a citywide contract. So you're right, we can have other people as well. That works with post-traumatic and mental health issues. Chiefs, anything you want to add on that? You don't have to.
I mean, I think it's paramount and it's impressive. And I thank everybody, and especially Mark and you. I don't think we'll talk, but at the end of the day, I mean, it's watching what we went through with Ranger and so many of these other things. And Mark's been through a lot with his membership, upping the game with Redemption, having a brick and mortar facility with over 1,000 touch points now, having them come in and do crisis work almost in real time. It's been instrumental in our wellness, and I think we're starting to reap the benefits of that in what we're seeing in our morale and our retention and our recruitment. So it's huge on a whole host of levels. You've heard me talk multiple times about how important it is for a firefighter and a police officer to be well when they're out doing their jobs in their community. It's awesome.
We'll partner in particular situations with is it Teros, I believe, local providers. We've called on them, unfortunately, on a couple of occasions to assist our employees outside of public safety. Maybe not unfortunately, that's the wrong word. It's a fortunate thing that they were available. It's an unfortunate situation that led to it. Councilmember House, I mean, absolutely agree that this is an ongoing area that we can continue to create partnerships and work through ways that we can improve the work-life balance and find resources for mental health and post-traumatic issues. But I am proud about what we have done in the city of Flagstaff. I mean, having redemption and some of these just, it's available, you can go. That's not in every city in the state.
And to the trauma-informed work, I mean, the ongoing, so staff has, I believe all staff has been through that workshop of trauma-informed. Am I correct?
Yes, we've done quite a few things related to trauma-informed. Recently, we've been having employees can come together and discuss things that they do to be more trauma-informed, to support each other, as well as that extension to how we engage with our community.
And we've had the training with the Coconino Coalition for Children and Youth. So do you see that ongoing, like continuing to help employees with how to handle trauma in their own lives and trauma at the workplace, especially those frontline staff members who deal with the public in various states of agitation?
Yeah, recognizing when others might be experiencing trauma and how best to de-escalate and engage, yes. There's a refresher that we're currently in the process of finalizing with Virginia and the small working team that's been heading this project up. And so that would be then added to the HR training. Brian's team has been developing a site where folks can go in and access resources available through the coalition. They can see events that we have, and then it also links to the refresher training and then even previous training, right? If they weren't here when we did some of those initial things, they can still access those materials to learn.
Because I agree with Councilmember House that this is a critical component and invaluable to providing for our employees. But on this chart, are we looking for initiatives? Because if we're doing a lot of the work, or do we keep it on there so that it's top of mind? Or I got kind of sidetracked on when we leave something on and if we take it off and when we add it. So if we're doing the work and we've done a whole list of things, does it stay on just to stay on? Or because we're engaging all of these things, it can come off now?
Well, it's obvious that you have an excellent wellness program, but I don't want to speak for the council member. What I'm picking up, which I don't necessarily see in here, is the mental health. Is that correct?
Well, that's the redemption.
It's more mental as opposed to physical.
Yes, that's part of it. And I think my argument for keeping it here is if we're crossing things off because they are complete, that's one thing. If we're crossing things off that are ongoing, I think that signifies a deprioritization in my mind. And this is one thing that I'm speaking through a very sore throat right now because I'm so passionate about this needing to stay on. This is something that I don't think we can symbolically or really deprioritize if it's ongoing efforts and we're still growing and learning in new things. I mean, the expansion that we did over the past years or so, a couple of years or so, in the behavioral health work with our police and fire is emblematic, I think, of how important this is to our overall community. Arizona is, as a whole, a behavioral health desert. And Flagstaff in particular is a community where we have struggles when it comes to overall wellness programs for physical health, struggles in overall programming for behavioral health, and connecting that to the vitality of our community when it comes to overall wellness. And as we say in our current mission statement, protecting and enhancing that quality of life. This is a core component of quality of life. And so I'm going to fight tooth and nail to keep it there as a priority.
Yeah, and Councilmember, this is Joanne, just to add in, I mean, we're not, we'll keep it on here and we're not deprioritizing anything by striking things out. I think what I will say is if we have everything on here that's ongoing, that we're working on now, this strategic plan would be 500 pages. But I mean, I think we all understand the mental health component, and we've added it back in here and included it as ongoing. So I appreciate your comments today. Thoughtful.
And I agree 100% with the manager. I think this council member is a great one to add because it has a huge upside to the benefit in terms of employees' well-being, health. It's great, but not everything has that benefit because we may have things that are, you see where I'm going. This one, mental health is a critical component. And that's a lot of things that employers ignore. And if you have those, if an employee has their issues, their productivity goes in. So there's a huge benefit to adding, to keeping this. We can't keep everything that we're doing because there's not that benefit. So I think the manager is exactly right. So that one stays in. It's going to be ongoing HR. Forecasting. We had a discussion on this yesterday. We're already doing financial forecasting. The finance department is doing it. It was one of the recommendations, projects recommended by internally, even by staff or by the leadership team. But we want to drill, and we're about a little over 15 minutes away from lunch. Want to definitely get through this list. Want to drill and make sure there's something that, we're saying financial forecasting is okay. That's what I heard yesterday. Yes.
I would advocate for leaving this on.
Oh, okay.
I think it's, I know we talked about it yesterday, but I think having that.
Having it on is good. Okay. So you want to enhance, who's responsible for that?
I would, the financial planning team.
Financial planning team, okay.
And we are doing this, the ways that I know that we're doing this, and I bet we're doing it in ways that I'm not even aware of, is like bonding for projects. We've talked about many times big projects that are coming down the pike and about when we're going to have to consider going to the voters. And what comes to mind is wastewater treatment. But there are other big projects that we have been planning for a long time. But I think you can never not have this top of mind because it is so critical.
And I know you use the word strategic forecasting, but wouldn't strategic planning, what we're doing now, be part of that too? And we're just starting this, right? But wouldn't strategic planning, doing a strategic plan be part of the forecasting? Would it go somewhere else?
This is strictly, I understand you're like a lot of cities will forecast out 5 years, 10 years, and it's really, really important because if you as a council, if you make a decision now, what's the long-term financial implications? So this is aligned directly with your budget, the decisions that you make, but some of it could include strategic plan items.
Yeah, that's why I was tying it together in my mind was because they have to align, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Our strategic plan to get there so we can forecast has to say, our strategic plan is to implement this or have this by FY 28 or 29. They just kind of went together, but I could be.
No, I don't think you're wrong. Because let's say the ERP, IT, when your esteemed IT director brings that, there's going to be a cost associated with all of that. So that's going to have to be put into your financial forecast, but it's driven by what I said earlier about the strategic plan. Some items are going to involve the staff just work time. Some of them are going to involve financial. Yeah.
Can I suggest potentially retitling the category as long-term planning and financial forecasting? Other than
Okay, yeah,
forecasting
like that.
improvements.
Yeah.
Improvements could be part of it, but I think the overall goal is really kind of the long-term mindset.
Yeah.
Financial forecast.
I think that works, yeah.
Maybe what we really need is the outward facing communication about that we already do this and helping the public to see the ways that we do this.
I think that will be part of it, Mayor, because I mean, I don't want to alone anybody without financial forecasting.
It's on the website.
That's one of the first questions I ask is, trust me, some public organizations don't. They just make a decision and, well, we'll see how it goes when I'm on the council. I thought I would throw that in.
Given that, would we want to treat this one similar to the wellness where it's really more of an ongoing? Or do we want a date associated with it?
I think ongoing.
Yeah.
You want this ongoing? Okay. Okay. That's important. So the next one is the cultural improvement, strengthen organizational culture by promoting collaboration, accountability, innovation, and employee engagement. That's culture. I give you my speech on culture, but I'll save you.
Can I just get some?
Yeah, we need some, yeah.
Hold on.
We're trying to understand.
Isn't this elsewhere throughout?
It is embedded throughout. I mean, there's the projects and stuff to address, I think, that we'll get to, but this was just, it was on there as a potential, but it doesn't look like there's.
I think sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
Just one thing that could be added would be whistleblower protection. Encourage people to come forward without fear of retribution. Not suggesting there's a need for whistleblowers in our organization, but if something comes up, I would hope that we would protect somebody that says, hey, there's a problem.
A lot.
So, yeah, there are legal protections for that already, legal protections that are in we adhere to those.
The frog kickball back.
What was that?
All employee picnic. They pulled back, right?
When we mentioned cultural improvements, earlier I stated inclusion, but I think that it might be more important to have it established here as well.
I think maybe one thing that I would like to suggest is when we take back the discussion on the internal core values with the leadership team, I think I feel good about our culture. But I mean, I always believe that you can strengthen a culture. I think the entire leadership team would agree with that as well. If we bring this back with the discussion on the internal core values, take it out of the strategic plan project. Because it's a constant project where we're continually working on this.
I mean, for me, to get back to being serious, I don't know what I don't know on this topic. I mean, where is culture right now on a scale of 1 to 10? Did you get a different answer from everybody?
We do regular employee surveys. I think we present those to council during the April meetings. So that's something that we can bring back then. But yeah, I mean, I think I mean, our responses are always good. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm not sure. Answer to that.
So, is it?
CJ says it's a 10.
Yeah, there's two numbers.
In his department. So a lot of these words were used in the core values for the internal employees. Like, this is what we want our organization to provide. So that's the only thing I'm thinking about when I look at this culture improvement. We've already put it into the institution's core values. So does it need to be here also? It's more of a technical question about the strategic plan document itself. Like a lot of those, accountability, collaboration, innovation, employee engagement, inclusion, equity, those were, maybe not inclusion and equity, but those were in the core values of the company. But do we need added here?
Okay, so it sounds like we're going to discuss that as part of core values. Okay, so the next one, because moving ahead, because we've got a lot of ground to cover the rest of the day on these projects, is the public and we okay? This one? Okay, public involvement in code enforcement. We have a number, or just let me go back to my notes here. On, let's see, when we get to, I think there is first of all, we're going to have a whole public involvement and engagement outreach that we've already talked about. But there's also as part of the public communication plan. But then when we get into the latter after lunch, there's a component that deals with looking at the overall community, not just the code enforcement, but every aspect of it that I think will cover this project. But I'll pause there and ask the council, what were your thoughts on this? Public involvement in the code enforcement.
Improving code enforcement needs to be in the plan somewhere. And that includes education with the like we've made some improvements. I think we've been understaffed for a long time, and management is working on that. I don't know. I guess I'm unclear about whether this is the place for it to be or if there's another place that's more appropriate for it. But to me, code enforcement is one area where the city can really improve.
And Mike, go ahead and jump in because
Yeah. There was on page 11 of your of the Mayor Council you have in front of you. There was a long discussion on this yesterday. Is we wanted to, as opposed to throwing a narrow net on this, is a wide net. There's a thing called neighborhood quality initiatives that's implement programs, and this is how it reads. It's actually from you. Yeah, that's one of the council items. Is implement programs and enhance neighborhood appearance, livability, safety, and community pride. And that's that's when we get the page, when we get to the focus area, what's it called? Strength, livable communities, which is on page 9. So we're going to talk about that.
Strategies. Specific to address.
So, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Certainly we have to place it, but I definitely want an exclamation point on this side too.
So we're going to highlight that, but it's definitely, yeah. When we get to page 11, we'll get that. Okay, we have lunch, guys. Council members, honorable mayor, council, we have lunch. And what I want to do is this is really critically important, is because we've got a lot to cover. We have a lot of projects to get through. And we want to get you out of here. Yesterday, we got out around 3:30. We want to get you out of here before midnight. Please grab lunch, and we're going to start up right at 12:30. Okay. Right at 12:30, we're going to start.
It's 34 minutes from now.
Yeah, I'm giving you 4 minutes extra. So writing again. Wait.
We had an issue with the delivery. They didn't bring everything. Stu, could we maybe go for another?
Oh, we're going for another 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, let's go.
Great. Good. So. Let's move to, we can move and get at least start on. So I think let's move to, this is under, so there's two focus areas, the safe and healthy community. There's also livable community. Those are on pages 7 and 9. Projects, we're going to come back to your projects. We're going to start on page 12 with the leadership team project. Right? Okay. So one of the things, and we're going to come back to yours. Leadership team was, one is evaluate opportunities to strengthen housing authority to address housing affordability and availability. And this goes back again to a major priority of your community priorities. Also, I know the council's values in terms of affordable housing, and that's going to be housing and the city manager. And the idea is to done by 28. Do you need any additional information on that? Staff's here to address it.
Sarah Dar is online, but this is the discussion that we're currently having right now to look at the creation of a nonprofit to support our RAD redevelopment and other potential housing projects that we're looking at as well.
Okay. So the description is evaluate opportunities. Does it take to FY28? I mean, you just stated what you guys are considering.
I would hope not.
The speed of government, I'll never get over it, but
hopefully it'll be.
Is there any, Sarah, I knew I'd wake you up. Is there any way we could do that to FY27? I mean, this has been a priority for the city for decades. We have a housing crisis, as you know. I'm not telling you anything, Sarah, but this is the thing that gets me and the community is evaluate, talking about what opportunities we have, and it's going to take us 2 years to figure that out. Just seems excessive. Like, can we put more urgency in there?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Matthews, yes, we can. In my head, that was when we were finishing a piece of it, not the evaluation piece. So I would be happy to put FY27 on that. I put a FY28 because that was the date in my head we would be finishing a piece of it, not just the evaluation. So happy to move that up.
And we then, just so that we're clear, months from now when we're reviewing this, to say evaluate and complete.
If we can say evaluate and complete, I would like to leave it at 28 because there are a lot of different pieces that will have to fall into place in order to complete. And I don't see having that done in 27. If we can, we will. But if we leave it at evaluation, then 27 is great.
The 27 is July of next year.
Yes.
End of June of 27.
End of June of 27. Some of the pieces may be budget dependent that we won't have answers to until that point in time. So the evaluation piece, yes, absolutely. Being completed with the other pieces, there could be some budget dependent decisions to be made there, which makes me hesitant to say we could be done by the end of June.
Thank you.
Okay. So these next three are already under, as I understand it, are already being done by the city. The partnerships, substance abuse partnerships, and the wildfire protection programs. And so, and again, all of these were generated from the leadership team, and I think it was just, are we the kind of as part of their surveys. But then when we drilled down into it yesterday, they're already being done. And so the question becomes, if they're being done, it's actually become a routine part of what you do. And do they be in the strategic plan? No, that was the discussion from yesterday. But wanted to be sure that if you had any questions on these, there are folks here to address that. Next one is flood mitigation. Ooh, yes, we're going to continue to plan, implement infrastructure projects. Yes, and that's it's going to be water services, and it's ongoing. That's a big deal.
So would that also be considered something that is just baked into what we do and it doesn't need to be in the strategic plan?
Mayor, we had a good conversation about this yesterday because we were talking about specific flood control mitigation projects like the Rio de Flag, for example. Shannon Beaver.
We had the same conversation is we're just doing this ongoing. So do we really need to have it? But I think the concern is how significant Rio is and how close we are to really pushing that through, that we might not want to take this off just yet because we don't want our community to think that that commitment to that significant project that we've been working on for over 20 years is going away. So I think that was the crux as to a little bit longer while we have this major Rio project out there. That we had done a lot with Spruce, 180, and we will continue to have flood projects ongoing.
And we might, as a team, we're going to go back and look at some of these projects. We may come back and do more specificity in there.
Okay. Park development bond. That's just to evaluate and determine if you need to pursue it. That evaluation, again, it doesn't say you're going to do it. That evaluation will be done by fiscal year 28.
Parks, that was a big theme, I think, there council and leadership priorities.
And the next one's just the same. It's your airport is going to be doing a master plan, but that is to support and enhance improvements at the airport. And that will be done in 28.
And on this one as well, just also making sure that a part of this is looking at the financial sustainability of the airport as well as part of that planning process. And so again, we might tweak that language a little bit.
The park impact fees we get the fiscal sustainability. We have a whole impact fee study. So that's on towards the last page of this document that you have. The next one is really, really important. Is a CIP program review, and that's to look at regularly evaluate priority CIP program projects.
And just on this one, the discussion is that we need a kind of a better way to look at our CIP projects and evaluate, whether they should move forward, not move forward, and putting a process in place for that.
And this came up in, I think it may have been, I hope I'm not misspeaking. It's Councilmember Matthews. I know some others, if you mentioned this, is explore expanding current programs to include development opportunities for employee housing. So when you're talking to a developer, and this may be changed to more workforce housing, but I know why is it just let's get along, this buzzword, how we're workforce housing next to me. I remember when I was in college, I could fit everything I owned into my 1964 Ford station wagon. So give me a break. We were all there one time. But in any case, this I think addresses what some of you have brought up. But that's where we're going to focus on making sure when we talk to developers that yes, let's see if you can add some housing in for us. The next one is just, we're going to have to do a park. This is implement a park recreation open space, whole master plan. You guys have incredibly beautiful environment up here and recreation opportunities. And the idea is to have this plan done by 28. That will actually help inform if you're going to have to go, and obviously be a, engagement, citizen engagement, education, but then we'll set the table for on issue or
And the plan already exists, right? It was fairly recently done.
That was done in 2012.
Rebecca had to step away, but they're
Oh.
actually in the process of doing it right now.
Okay.
Accepting public feedback.
All right.
I was just gonna say, we're actively in the master development plan process. We've hired a consultant. They're reaching out to the public. They'll have a master plan within a year. So it hasn't been done yet, but it's actively going.
next two, and then is lunch here yet? Okay, we're almost, we've got three projects here, and I think that ends the list for, and then when we come back, we'll start with, I think, make sure. Yes, it does. So this is the end of the leadership team, and then when we come back, we'll focus on your projects at 12:40. Is that right? Yes. Renewable energy and battery storage. Waste prevention and community volunteerism are three projects from the sustainability department, all to be done by 28.
Question for that. On the waste prevention, we've had conversations just ongoing about things that are not cost effective. So would it be helpful to put in there something about weight? Because we could do a lot of things for waste prevention that costs the city a whole bunch of money and is not really the deal. Do we put that in there about, weighing the cost or evaluating the financial impact, or just leave it like that? Because we talk about recycling and maybe changing the recycle pickup and.
Yeah, thank you.
Scott may have a comment.
Yeah,
too.
thank you. Good afternoon, Council.
I'm the Sustainability Director. Thank you for this question. The waste prevention element here is specifically on outreach and education, and informing our community members as well as our visitors on proper recycling and waste reduction opportunities. So we really just want to increase the resources in the community and to our visitors. So things like, and we've noted in here, for example, collaborate across divisions and event organizers. So really trying to minimize waste during special events and things like that. From the operational standpoint, I'll hand that off to Scott.
Councilmember, excellent question. I actually think we will capture your sentiment and your questions in our solid waste rate study.
Okay.
And that is underway, beginning now, but it is about a year's long process. It'll take a while, but I think that's where we're going to capture that analysis of service, delivery, expectations, and cost.
Thank you.
Scott and I had a brief conversation today that we don't have that in our projects. We need to add the solid waste.
I would assume, yeah, and selfishly, I did not list it as it's an action item. We're working on it. It's ongoing until it's completed. There's a number of rate studies in the organization that probably aren't specifically called out, but maybe we do need more of a in the business practices categories, rate study evaluations. That might be a lot. It's more global since there's more than just solid waste.
Good questions?
And we just changed resources to outreach.
Other questions? Mike, just here?
Just
Okay,
here.
12:40, we come back. Please.
We just lost 5 minutes.
5 minutes? 40, please. Vice Mayor. I wouldn't have to say anything.
Oh, yep, we are ready. I think we're on 10.
Well, Councilwoman, we're going to go back to your projects. And again, I want to kind of hold this one. You have stronger code enforcement, but in a few projects down, you have also something about code enforcement. I think that's more global. If we go to the next project, bike and pedestrian. If you go to this, it says expand and improve bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure for safe and active community. That is on page 80. Your focus area strategy is a major multimodal component. Because as a strategy, and that's something you'll do every single, it's a major focus. When a specific project comes up, then that's when it actually goes from here's how we're going to do it to this is actually what's going to be done. So not sure exactly, here if there was a specific project in mind or if that's enough to be covered in your focus area.
Yeah. Can we,
Yeah, please.
I think yesterday, we had a little bit of back and forth and afterwards, and Paul Mood, I'm calling out your name. You talk about the State Street Master Plan and then incorporating this into that. Paul, do you see as an opportunity to have the Safe Streets Master Plan as a project and then incorporating the bike and ped?
Yeah, Paul Mood, city engineer. Yeah, we're currently working, every project that we do that's road or like ped related, we try to implement, items from the active transportation master plan. And then we're currently working on the Safe Streets Master Plan, which is looking at all of our different documents, including the active transportation master plan. But yeah, we could definitely have the Safe Streets Master Plan as a project. Yeah. Yeah, we're currently working on a Safe Streets Master Plan. You'll see some media outreach here pretty soon.
So Paul, can you talk a little bit about the active transportation plan? That's already in place.
Yeah, active transportation master plan is already in place, and it talks, it really talks about just different areas we can focus on to help with bike and ped improvements. Like all of our projects, if you notice the Lone Tree project, the piece that we're doing on Lone Tree south of Butler that has the really wide bike and ped. It's going to have a protected intersection. We're working on the Butler Avenue streets, which is going to get the bikes off the street. So we're going to have bike and ped pass. We're doing it all for the Butler and 4th Street project. The John Wesley Powell improvement project includes a foots trail. Yeah, so we're trying to do the protected intersection where we can. Yeah, everything we do, we try to incorporate the active transportation master plan.
I think Mary has a suggestion on language.
I wonder if we could add Safe Street Master Plan, Safe Street Master Plan, sorry, I just combined concepts. Safe Street Master Plan is a project and include language that says that will address and an improved bicycle and pedestrian improvement. It both gets at the interest, but also gives a concrete thing for staff to work on and complete that.
Yeah, we're always looking for those opportunities. Council just recently approved the IGA with ADA. Six.
And a piece of that, of course, is ongoing as a part of engineering.
So is this the place this needs to be, or we add this language where this appears later?
I actually don't know that we have Safe Streets and later.
Yeah, it wasn't.
One that we felt like we missed yesterday.
Yeah, it wasn't what we reviewed yesterday.
Okay, great. The next one is, this is where language, there's, a couple of places where the council said code. And one here, look at this. It's a little bit broader, but covers not only the appearance, but the livability, the safety.
If I'm not mistaken, on page, there is the one that staff works today that shows some of the proactive strategies.
Yes.
Even in the red line.
Sorry, our page, no,
Yeah,
our page numbers are a little bit different. What in these red lines?
This one?
If you search the word proactive, you should be able to grab it there. Oh, it was just there. I guess we didn't grab it in the project. Maybe we need to revise some of the project language to address some of the. And one of the things we were discussing on break is maybe taking this one offline to explore some specific strategies. Because it's helpful. If you have.
Just still trying to find.
Kind of what that.
I think the social projects that we're already implementing, like I think the median work is going to be, we're going to see a big difference when we take that on in a big way. And code enforcement, I think those are two of the things that we hear the most from the community about is just that we need more code enforcement and the medians, like takes care of the medians. And then the long-term strategy for when in neighborhoods, if defining who takes care of that median. So when a developer develops a community that has a median, who's responsible for that? Does the city take that on or the developer? Then we need to keep track of that so that we know who to call when it's not being done.
I think what we would like to do is kind of pull this together with the code items that we've seen and come back and bring back probably a couple of projects on this.
Who would do this? Aaron?
CMO. Community development services.
When?
I would want to talk with the team before I think, because I hear a couple different components. I think I heard from the mayor some clear standards for developers and understanding where the maintenance obligations lie thereafter. But then I also think I heard the potential of exploring the code itself for opportunities for some ways to proactively address issues as they come up. I think there's probably also a resource component to that we need to understand. Just from a staff perspective, what our options are, which is why I think it's good to have that conversation and bring back some options.
And are there different approaches we can take within our current code?
Okay. But we're gonna wait on the fiscal year for that one.
What I heard them say though is that we're going to bring back some specific projects. And so that would roll out with council as we finalize this document.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But knowing what those specific projects are and what years they fall in, I feel like it's a little premature. Yeah.
Council. Okay with. Okay, so this fire preparedness education, the council just approved a major that Stacy's gonna undertake. Assume that it will include this? No. Yeah. Should this be?
A small component, I think, of this, but fire's got a pretty good educational campaign.
This was came out of the council. Is there, do we need, where do we go with this?
I guess, is there a feeling that we should be doing more when it comes to public education?
I think there's always the opportunity to do more or to hone in on what's really effective. But it is baked in, again, to what fire does and to our overall community engagement. So I don't know that it needs to appear again, because I'm sure that it appears later in, we're talking about fire preparedness.
Taylor, I'm thinking this is something that you will be heavily focusing on this year. So I wonder if we leave this as a this year strategic priority.
We are in the midst of completion of the community wildfire protection planning process, and that is going to provide tools for us to, not just education, but what we can do to help parking owners become more safe, resilient at their homes. And we are actively, working on identifying potential state and federal revenues assist the private homeowners, because it's very expensive in a building community to carry out these home hardening acts. And then in parallel to that, we want to see soon the new body of codes that are coming forward, and there's some pretty creative and innovative ways that we would like to see the community regulate additional development that by its neighborhood design will make the rest of the community safer as well. So we have a lot of projects in the wind right now. We're engaging in a great deal of effort, and that's the Prop 404 measures in there that give us more resources to carry out this pattern. Where it lives, I'm not sure the correct answer of where it lives in the strategic plan, but I will tell you that it is going to be departmentally a part of our planning process and aligned with this plan.
So it looks like we're going to present that in 27. Next one is water resource management. This is mentioned actually by you twice. There's another page 20. Also talks about water resources. So I want to hear a little bit more about this. Where does Flagstaff, where do you?
No.
That's what I thought. No. So what do you?
And surface water.
Yeah, Lee Williams, Water Sources Director. I looked at this yesterday, and I think if we were to make a change, I would like to add protect and manage water resources and continue to develop our water portfolio, or continue to enlarge our water portfolio to ensure reliable, sustainable water supply.
I think I might be confusing myself as to whether things need to be spelled out here, or are they included later in the projects?
So later in the projects, regular management club, but I don't believe there's anything about drilling more local wells.
Yes.
So these are going to be strategic
yes.
These are the
They're
projects.
projects.
Okay. Oh.
These are your, the council raised, if I can, Honorable Mayor, the council raised these and what now you know, like we said before, this is a collective effort.
Okay,
We
and
want
then.
to make sure, we did not have staff work on these yesterday. We wanted to make sure you were here so they could work on them and you could hear what they had to say.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor. What department?
This is water services.
Ongoing, yeah, definitely. Water's huge. Okay. Libraries, this is one of your enhanced library facilities. We do have a facilities improvement project that we're going to get into, or maintenance and upgrades and all that. But this looked like you wanted to enhance libraries, and there, what do we? Sure, what?
Yeah, Heidi, can I, before you comment on this specifically, I think it would be one of the items that I thought about last night is that we don't have the East Flagstaff Library on the project list, so the temporary space. So I'm wondering if we can just kind of incorporate all of that.
I didn't save my name and my title for the recording. We apologize last time. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. As you know, we are, you just approved on Tuesday, us relocating our East Flagstaff Library. That needs to be relocated because of the CCC $100 million bond. We'll be doing that. And then we are currently working with a contractor for cosmetic changes only to the place that we are moving. And then we think we'll probably be in that location about 3 to 4 years, hopefully just 3. And then while we're making discussions on the new library for 4th Street. And then we just did some major things with the main library, which you all agreed 2 years ago to do a windows project, which is now completed. Thanks to Adam Miali and our library team for seeing that through. I'm not sure if there's anything else I can help you with on this, but we are continuing to do a lot of things for serving libraries here in Flagstaff.
Your turn.
Yes, go ahead.
Since we're in a strategic plan frame of mind, I think we need to ask ourselves, looking a decade down the line, are we satisfied with our main library and our East Side Library, knowing that the East Side Library is going to be doubled in floor space compared to the existing East Side Library? The new construction, approximately twice as much area to work within. So strategically, are we happy? And I personally am happy with 2 locations, but we need to be asking ourselves strategically, long-term, to the right number. So I just bring it up, the question.
Mayor, Councilmember Spencer, we're still in negotiation with CCC on the size of that library at East Flag, and Doreen Keene would probably know more about that than me. She's been working with Dr. Heiser. But there are other solutions to libraries, and there's things called pop-up libraries. And so even if we don't want to have another library, which you realize would mean another library to maintain and operate and staff with full-time and temporary staff, can be very costly. And we already do rely on the general fund quite a bit for serving these libraries. But there are other solutions, doing some pop-up libraries, things like that, that could actually be rotated throughout the community. That would be something that could possibly be maintained through with very little staff, but also opening up the library resources to areas of town that really don't come to the main or the East Flag location. So I've spoken to several library directors over the years about those types of options that I think we probably want to look into first before going to a 3rd location.
And council member, I think this will allow us to look at items like that.
Yeah. Did we specify it?
Yeah, I mean, put that in there and I'll add that to my goals with Joanne and we'll continue to update you on how those would work in a community, maybe even create a plan. But the rotation of that normally is really fun. And I've seen it. I worked with Linda Tilson, our previous library director. She worked on those and planted the seed to me, and I'll work with Jennifer, our new library director, on something like that and see what the possibilities could be. But I think that'd be a lot more feasible financially for us to look at something like that.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Garcia, did you?
Yeah, I did. And I'm trying to stay as zoomed out as possible and not getting into the weeds here. So I don't know if this is appropriate, but when I look at the libraries, I'm looking at things that libraries tend to work on. That's, facilities, the programs, the services. Now, within those programs and services, are we baking in staff training for see, what did I write down here? Staff training for like trauma response and mental health, because as we all know, the libraries here are used for educational purposes, books, computers, and all those type of things, but they're also a second home to the unhoused in a lot of situations. So I don't know if we need to put anything here that signifies that so we can keep on track with it. And if not, then I'm happy with keeping it inside of the services and the support.
So Mayor, Councilmember Garcia, we just had that training on August 10th. We closed all the libraries for a Monday. And we had all of the employees as well as even our county affiliates come to Flagstaff, and we did that training. We did active shooter training. We did, I forget exactly what they called it, mental wellness training, and it was a full day. And so they all received all of that. They went through breakouts. We actually even did a press release, you might have seen it, where we let people know that you might hear would be gunshots outside of the main library, but they weren't real gunshots. So yes, we are committed to doing that at least once a year with staff.
Thank you.
And what year? Oh, where did you put it in? 29. So the next one is public gathering spaces. And improve plazas. Spaces. Community interaction. It's much perfect. The point, you also have this pros plan, and I'm not sure if this incorporates. I just want to hear from the council and your thoughts on that.
Mayor, I wonder if we should include here our brief considerations up to this point. But could we include a arts and culture district in this category? We've talked about it. We don't know exactly where to go. The Orpheum has been part of that discussion. Indigenous Culture Center's part of that discussion. At the Mountain Rose Theater, the Flagstaff Shakespeare Theater come before us with their master plan. In today's newspaper, there's an article about a former teacher at Fala who wants to buy the Fala property and have it be an arts center for our community. She's not asking for city money on it, but these types of facilities might fit under this category.
So if they're done by other entities, but that's just an example of what could be considered. So you're saying an overall category about arts and culture district, or
and maybe this needs to be put in the same category that we put childcare. There are other agencies in our community, nonprofits, know how to do childcare. There are other people that know how to do arts and entertainment. So we don't have to get involved. Just support those organizations in our community that are doing the public engagement and public gathering spaces.
Councilmember, can I ask a question? So when you say support, do you mean financially support? Do you mean staff being a part of those discussions? Or is it more explore
Yeah.
partnerships or?
Yes, the Orpheum is a good case in point. We all know the historic significance and importance of the Orpheum Theater in our community. Should the city, I don't have an answer for your question. I mean, it could be, yes, we put money into it, or no, we step back and just support the other organizations in our community that are forward. You know, the Mountain Rose Theater, Dawn Tucker came before us with her plan for a theater complex. Wonderful idea. She wasn't specifically asking for city money, and she's now fundraising to make it happen. So I don't have the answer to this. I'm just wondering if we should include it under public gathering spaces, this kind of amenity in our community. I don't know.
I don't want to leave it open because I don't think we know that. I mean, the Orpheum is coming back to council. We don't know if it will be where that will go, and I would hate for us to say, no, absolutely, we're not going to help financially. So I like kind of it big where it's exploring opportunities for partnerships and support, or partnerships, but something to allow it to be a little more open. And I'm using the Orpheum as an example, but who knows what will come out.
It's probably our office, city manager's office.
I'm going.
I will tell you that these do take a lot of time of staff. Just gonna put that out there.
I do support what David is saying only because how are we going to become a hub of arts and culture if we don't have a priority? Thank you, David.
Yeah, this one we've already taken care of, so we can strike it. That child care initiative.
Could we go back? I would just like to address that other comments.
What?
Yeah, because what's in here seems a little different to me. I'm sorry, Center Manager, to interrupt, but it seems like a different. So we do have a lack of event space for the events we have now. Hullabaloo, Cornucopia. We kind of shoehorn them into the fields that we have, but those were built to be athletic fields, not event spaces. So our event producers are able to make them work, but at high cost to them. They have to bring in restrooms, electricity, fencing in a lot of cases can be very expensive. So in our master plan that we are doing, that has already come up as a topic of conversation for the E part of pros. We know that we're lacking event space. So I don't know if you want to combine them or make the arts and culture district a little separate. But I did want you to know that we are addressing at least the idea of a lack of event space in our master plan.
Sure. Put pros on here too then.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Thank you.
The next one is we got force health, sport, force restoration, fuel reduction, et cetera. This is definitely one of your under one of your strategies on page 18. But the question became, is there a specific project that you're looking at to implement here? Because on page 18, it says, when we, under the focus here, environmental stewardship, it says safeguard Flagstaff's natural resources by advancing science-based policies and practices that restore a healthy and sustainable environment, which is essentially making sure that those practices related to the are science-based, result-oriented. So it's definitely a focus for once you approve these strategies at a future meeting, is that everyone in this room is going to focus on. But we just wanted to know if there was something in particular that you wanted staff to do.
Biomass been under here?
So
I think that's sort of a low simmering goal, but it's definitely something that keeps coming up, and ultimately, I think we want it as part of our energy portfolio. So maybe add something about keeping tabs with how that's developing.
sounds good.
What would be, how would you describe that? Or just,
I think it all falls into fuel reduction. And there are discussions happening on biomass, and I to keep us on our priority list.
And EU is a huge partner in that conversation.
Services, water services. Ongoing. Going on there.
Don't put it, yeah.
Yeah.
For our landfill.
Yes. Actually, Scott has been involved in this discussion. Yeah, before we move on to the next one, we're going to go back to the high performing governance and a comment that you made, Councilmember Aslan, about the privacy task force. So I think we have a suggestion to add that as a project in there.
I'm wondering about adding a project specific to the privacy and security principle. That's something that's planned to be an upcoming dialogue as a result of some of the dialogue the task force has been having.
That that's an umbrella surveillance policy would fall under that.
It's broader to address some of the principles and then kind of how we test against those principles. But I think that would get potentially add that interest in as something we're planning to bring back in this current fiscal year in FY27.
We'll add that to the list as well.
Yeah. Am I scrolling?
Okay, are we done with that? Wait,
That was great.
we already put in the language for data.
They wanted it under
Okay,
high performing governance.
got it. Okay, we're going to move to robust and resilient economy, and that starts the projects for that. For the leadership team, and then we're going to come back to the council, starts on 16, page 16. First one is housing authority. We've already taken care of that. Development review process. Staff talked about that yesterday, and we'll nail this down by 8. Yeah, heads.
So I just want to offer some context here. The discussion we had yesterday was we are actively reviewing and are going to be spending some time this fall looking at the development process, both on planning, development services side and engineering. What we talked about is that realistically, if there are changes proposed, some of those might not finish rolling out until the year. So I just want to be clear that we listed that as a conservative date, but that conversation is actually occurring this fall.
And I would imagine that the last cap, as that's been a priority for some time, there's a lot of staff focus on that. It gets presented We prioritize which codes need to be updated or amended. And I would imagine that that discussions about this also have come up when you're talking about CAP.
Correct. So it's that there's the Safe Streets Master Plan efforts that are underway that you'll recall from the presentation seek to address, repeatable processes, understanding standards, developing typologies. So we want to make sure that as we're exploring both of those processes, we don't do something here that then messes up something else there. Effort to look at all those different pieces, as well as you'll see it later on, looking at understanding things like an opportunity to review our impact fees and what that process looks like. So this was kind of a marrying of all of those efforts.
So, here. Vice Mayor and then Councilmember Matthews.
Is there a way, instead of it saying, having it say FY28, but in there saying this has started, like we are doing this now, so that public facing is something happening or ordinance? Sure. Would it be continued to streamline? Is that? And I like continue to streamline. Sorry.
Yeah, so that's for an ad.
Marie, that's again.
This is under, Councilmember, this is under economic. Let's go back here.
Do you have access to this? Because I don't understand you.
Yeah, I emailed it to you yesterday at about 5.
This is under your robust and resilient economy. It's on page 14 of the document. It starts what you're going to discuss later, the focus areas. And this is with, obviously, we're going to go back to your project, but this was one of the projects that with staff is on starts on page 16 unless the documents. 15, yeah, for the. Okay.
I think Alex has something additional to offer.
Alexandra Pucciarelli. I'm here filling the place barely of Michelle McNulty, our director. You will be seeing stuff pretty quickly coming to council even this fall. Tiffany has some code amendments dealing with our rezoning process and trying to streamline that, and that'll go hand in hand with my team working on updating applications so that those happen together for applicants.
Yes, Councilmember Matthews.
So I appreciate Vice Mayor having us add 27 to 28, but here's my concern, and just being in that management space for most of my career, human nature tends to push to the deadline, right? And this is a conversation it's not a new conversation. This has been a problem identified for years. So I appreciate that some's coming to us now, and I appreciate that, we've got 9-10 months to the end of, this fiscal year end. But I just want to say it out loud that this should not take another 2 years to be fully implemented. This is a crisis in our housing issue. I hear weekly from developers and builders and everybody else about the bottleneck in some of our processes. I've been hearing it since I've been on council. So I understand, we got to do it right, and in government work, we want more steps. But I get it, and I guess I'll accept it like this, 27, 28. But I predict human nature, it'll be, because that's just how we flow. I mean, this is a human nature, right? I would like, if it was a private business, it would be 27. And that would push the urgency to keep that top of mind. And it's not going to be top of mind. And this is top of mind in our community.
And I think that Tiffany has kind of a working calendar that she's been working as part of the last CAP and working with sustainability and housing to bring these code amendments pretty consistently in the next months. You can only handle so many code amendments at a time, but they're coming, and I think they'll be coming pretty quickly to you. And then, like I said, and then it's me running along, making sure that I have all those updated processes and procedures in place so that when the code becomes active, we can immediately be utilizing those.
And just one last question, because mine was more of a statement. I get it. Does this also include in development review, traffic?
Yes. So that's, when I mentioned Safe Streets Master Plan, there's a pretty robust public outreach component and stakeholder component that we'd like to gather all of what you're describing and make sure that we can build some standards typologies based around that feedback and what we're seeing through the development process that we need to work on.
I look forward to updates.
I trust me, I understand the urgency, but I have a question. So with this process, my assumption is because we had this same problem, but the code hadn't been updated forever. And the council was all over us, get it done. So our solution was there's components of the code that are most important to development and the development community. So the question becomes, we put a focus, I just was asking, as the folks that live with this looked at it and said, what we did is we had them look at it and go, oh, these are the 15 things we need done right now. And that's what we did. And you guys are doing that, I assume.
Yes, that was part of that last cap project was looking at prioritizing all our priorities.
Based upon what you're hearing from, so if that helps, council member, what they're doing, and it sounds like you're going to be implementing this over time, it's going to be done by 28. But if you're doing that, that's off you. That's smart. The most important things will be brought to you first, correct?
Coming to you.
They're coming.
Like they're on
Those,
board.
those are the ones that they want to hear because we had the same problem, didn't have the staff to get it done. But once we did that, it was incredible, the result from the development community. In fact, we were at a building event and one of the developers that just got a project completed praised our department. I almost fell out of my seat. Yeah. Well, I know, I was shocked because this guy was.
Can I just make a comment? I just want to make a comment that it is not all process. I mean, some of the things that we get from developers, we have to send back for a reason. So I wanted.
I hear you, but when you hear from 5 or 7 developers the same thing, there's some legitimacy to what they're saying.
I just would also offer, in addition to the things that council will see, I just want council to know that administratively staff is also looking at intake process and things that we can streamline for applicants. But I have to give kudos to the team. The conversations that I've been in thus far clearly indicated that staff has a laser focus on this issue and are looking at ways that both through code and through process, we can make some.
It looks like we changed this to 27, 28. Okay, are we okay? Next one is regional housing partnerships. Again, this is the focus definitely on. It just reads as it is. And we're going to work with those, and that's going to be ongoing. Make sure you're okay with that. We have a rail crossing improvement. And that's going to be 28, 29. Any questions on that one? Staff's here to address it. Okay. They eliminated the freight mobility, reduced these again were from the leadership team, reduced tourism dependency. Yeah, it's your tourist community. In fact, I'm going to be up here. Members of tourists spending money, incentive program for business. Thinking about that, but these were eliminated. Any question on those eliminations? Yes.
Just curious if that second one is a zero-sum game on diversifying local economy? Are we divesting tourism? I hope that's not the goal.
No, it's not, no. It's not the goal.
We're definitely.
We took this one off because part of it is, just, we're gonna be looking at revenue diversification anyway.
Just being mama bear for my tourism mission.
The next one is redevelopment in.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry.
On freight mobility projects, are we going to come back to rail spur?
I think rail spur is one of the projects that are in here. I think.
Have that somewhere.
Yeah, but I think it's later in infrastructure.
If we're coming back to it, that's fine.
Just,
I want to include it here.
yeah, it is. It's on page 21 and under sustainable and innovative infrastructure. We'll talk about rail spur. Okay, so. Yeah.
What is your project?
So, redevelopment infill. Okay. Council okay with this one? It's gonna be ongoing.
It's a no-brainer. We all want to see redevelopment and infill. We've got urban growth boundaries that have been defined on the maps. And if we're going to grow as a community within our urban growth boundary, we have to do infill. So I'm not sure how to implement this on the ground, but it's an ongoing, I would say it's an ongoing imperative that we have strategic plan that supports infill development and redevelopment. So obviously we're going to keep it ongoing. I like it the way it is.
Yes.
A place to put some sort of vision around acquiring county islands. City limits.
Exploring annexation opportunities.
I'll hear us talk about that a lot.
And oftentimes it's because they are not meeting our standards. And so then we would be bringing something into our system that we would have to invest a lot of money into. So I don't know that that's been a priority just because we struggle to have money to take care of what's already in existence within the city boundaries.
Status quo seems to be working fine for all parties involved, but ultimately, I think if we have a vision as a city down the road, we kind of want to incorporate all those little bubbles.
I mean, okay, I feel like we've got potential annexation of a fire station. I mean, there are other annexation items that I think we can look at.
Make signature collecting easier.
And also, alongside our previous affordable housing strategy, we talked about partnerships, and Mountain Line and FUSD were mentioned. And we don't have to put this in there, but I count Coconino County as also a potential partner for helping to provide workforce housing.
Okay. The next two were obviously projects that were recommended by leadership, but these were also. And the last one, except wait, faster. This one, where yeah.
Trying.
Is it this one here?
Yeah. Right.
This one I think was moved to, we'll see it later in under financial sustainability.
Yeah.
cost of service. We put it under there because that's what cost of service is. So that's your set. Now I want to go back to the councils. It's on got a number of projects or initiatives you wanted us to take a look at. One was there was a statement regarding clarity over growth philosophy, and this was more of an emphasis on policies that emphasize economic prosperity, quality of life, sustainable living than just growth alone, and more of a policy direction for the council. But I know we have there's going to be some discussion on the next two here, and maybe even three. But let's start with this one. Help us see.
What would be an example of a policy that could be amended, or where would a policy land within the city infrastructure, or would it be more of a resolution?
I don't know what the policy would look like, but I think that's a really great question. I guess I view things in more simple terms. So hopefully by bringing up the point, I could have greater minds in the room think of a policy. But we often talk about if we're not growing, we're dying. I think if we could kind of change that narrative through a policy that helps us understand that we can be sustainable without adding more costs or more and more and more and more, and doing things more sustainably, that would help me at least when it comes to this topic.
I'm not opposed.
Just want to echo that. Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. I think that's exactly where I was coming from in discussing this. Economic growth is a term in and of itself that rubs me and a lot of folks in the community the wrong way. I think a better way to frame it, and really this is just about how we word it. I think it creates a different way of thinking about what the actual objective is. So going with economic well-being or community well-being, or a couple of terms I suggested. I think prosperity is being treated as the same thing as that, but I think those two terms might be a bit more descriptive. Economic well-being and community wealth building. It puts the focus where I think we want it instead of just growth for growth's sake.
Okay. Give an example.
Well, one example is partially the conversation around the hospital move. That being a trigger for growth. Where I would have rather seen the conversation focus around what kind of health outcomes our community needs and region. So not to open a can of worms there, but I think that hints at sort of the philosophical difference between the word growth and the word economic well-being.
So one of the things that just mentioned the manager, did you have a note over here, council member, mayor and council, that this would become under that robust economic, this becomes strategy focus. So that when you are looking at economic development issues, you can refer back to this as something. There may be an opportunity in the future to say, wait, we agreed to this as one of our strategies. We should make sure that we dig a little bit deeper into this, as opposed to being a project that becomes, because it does, yeah. If you want to go in that direction, we stick it in under strategy and it becomes a strategy. That
it goes back to core focuses for me, really. Sort of an umbrella term. It's community wealth building.
building. Okay, thank you. I was like, this doesn't look right.
Vice Mayor.
Past.
Councilmember Matthews.
So, so I know, Sunnyside is working on their community, vision plan or whatever the title is. And I know we talked about, I think, the DPA has recently did, if you mistaken or want, a vision for downtown. So it's smart growth. It makes me think of this topic right here that we're being, making sure it's the community well-being. I don't know about wealth building, but would that go in? I mean, we've got Southside already has their neighborhood plan. And if the downtown has their plan, and when Sunnyside has their plan, wouldn't that be the policies? I mean, they're not our policies, but we clearly hear or consider their development plans that they set for their own neighborhoods, right? Or am I totally off?
I also think we have the regional plan as well.
Right.
I personally, and I think Councilmember Garcia has a comment. I think this.
I just had a comment.
Yeah, I think this probably warrants a bigger conversation when we do the strategic focus areas and how that, and if it turns into an actual project.
The comment was really just to kind of contextualize the idea of growth. And I'm not speaking specifically to the Sunnyside neighborhood plan, but since you brought that up, in some ways that plan is there to curtail growth. So.
That's my point, that the community that it impacts has a say, and that whatever we're doing, we're mindful of their priorities for their neighborhood, which then is economic growth or no growth, depending on what the plan, but their neighborhood plan has outlined, correct?
Thank you.
I do think that maybe this will require more conversation, and I agree with the philosophy and the sentiment expressed here. I think that all of our economic development, our plans and our workforce development plan follow this line of thinking. I've never heard anyone within the city say, if we're not growing, we're dying. I've heard people in the community say it, which we can't, control. But I think our philosophy, as I've understood it for some time, is that economic vitality is very much aware of this and very much aware of the community's priorities. And so that feeds into all economic development that's done. But maybe there needs to be something stated elsewhere outside of economic vitality plans that reinforce that we want community-based economic development rather than, we're not looking to bring Intel in here to build a big plant.
And we have the strategies, we have the sectors. Heidi, I think we're good. I think we can move on.
Yeah. This will be embedded in the future and with you and manager and leadership team and as a strategy, Mayor. And it's something that you will definitely, I think it'll be good because it'll give an optic to the community. This is something that the council's looking at. So every project you look at, every policy review, all of those things, this will be used as a metric for it. And that's, I think, the appropriate place for it. So I think we've got this covered. Now, this was an interesting one. It came out as a human needs in metric and established a well-being metrics to measure, but it was human need. And want to have a little discussion on that. Yes, Councilman.
Yeah, one thing that I see when I first read over this was that it gives a kind of a quotient or an outcome to the quality of life, which I appreciate. So wherever the philosophy that this idea came from, I think having those measurements and having an understanding or a metric that we can devise our plans off of help a lot. So I'm just supporting it.
You measure, what am I thinking of? Don't we have an index that comes to council, an index report?
Oh, that's like that our housing prices are this much above that average and.
No, this was a different, it has to do with,
Gender
inclusion, gender equity.
That's the real.
It's
It's
nationwide
based.
survey.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There, yeah, this was, if the council doesn't seem like anyone is jumping on board.
Even know how we would really do that and if we had the resources to do that and if we need to do that.
struggle a little over.
Yeah, struggle.
Might be more of a county.
Yeah, it seems like it's, I see the sign. Okay, this one we're gonna, okay, middle housing, let's go to middle housing. Initiatives, is this gonna be a standalone or the other things that are being done? But we wanna ask because this was one of your projects that one of you mentioned was the middle, which
I think it's covered
In the
in multiple places.
okay, might be too.
All housing.
Yeah, the continuum.
Okay, so the next one, as we scroll up, and we'll take a quick break at 2. Quick is high wage job recruitment.
Oh, you missed the top.
Oh, did I miss one? Oh, EV, sorry, EV.
Right.
Yeah, this one we needed this one we needed some clarification on.
Is it economic vitality or electric vehicle?
Electric vehicle.
And
Right?
I didn't put, this was council. I think they're saying implementation.
this was a tough one.
Don't we have that already? I mean, isn't it in our policy that every time we do a fleet replacement, we go through a process to evaluate if this is where we could plug in an EV or a hybrid or something?
But we have an electric vehicle strategic plan.
We have, we did. We did do a formal assessment with APS. The council may or may not recall, probably about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, Danae Pressler sat in front of the council and walked through a plan for the city organization's fleet transition. And I'd be happy to send that back out. But that aligned with the goals established in the carbon neutrality plan. And then the fleet policy really should be, in theory, our proverbial roadmap moving forward. One of the elements of a past priority that was listed in terms of renewable energy development and battery storage, we are also trying to incorporate additional EV infrastructure. We don't know if it will pencil out, so I can't make any promises, but we are definitely going to look at that. And we have to keep in mind that we need the infrastructure to support the vehicles. And that's something Jen Brown has been really strategic and incredibly helpful as we try to make this transition. We have to have both aligned.
Nicole, do you think, we have a place where that addresses carbon neutrality plan and shifting towards the climate action plan? Do you think that kind of would address some of these interests, or?
We sure, that's a great idea. We can really pull that in and have some more specific, again, that roadmap. I had to do the pun. I know it's all tired after lunch, but yeah, that's a great place. We could definitely do that.
We can strike that out.
If we truly are thinking of a strategic plan that is looking 10, 20 years in the future, I think we need to include hydrogen as a fuel source. because their hydrogen fuel cell vehicles are on the road now. They're expensive, but they work. And if you have a hydrogen distribution system to refuel these vehicles, it bypasses the energy losses some of the energy losses that you endure creating electricity. So it's not today's technology, but it will be, I promise you, tomorrow's technology, both for industry and for transportation. And I think we should include it in our strategic plan if we're looking 10, 20 years in the future.
I think that electrifying our fleet is something that we're interested in, realizing. Possible for us to get doomed under a different category. Want to be careful about that. You have some thoughts on it, Nicole?
Yeah, well, absolutely. And frankly, from the strategic plan, has to be in concert with Public Works and the fleet manager and section director, Jen Brown. Blend that technical expertise, if you will, but that actual day-to-day and the infrastructure development and procurement is all over in Public Works. So I just want to make sure there's clear distinction there. So I don't know, Scott, if this has been talked about at all with the Public Works rate case at all, but I don't think it's full in there with any of the vehicles or anything.
Not strategic plans, Councilmember Spencer. We look at all new technologies coming on the market. Is equipment. I would not necessarily go in at this time. It's pretty far out in terms of implementation. But we do much to technology.
So can we then kind of move this? Continue, keep it in, but move it over to the climate action. Make sure
That's the right idea.
That's coming up.
So it won't be a standalone, but it will be embedded in the strategies.
I think that would be easier to see.
Yeah.
I want to and then we're going to get this one. These two are already, these high wage jobs, local support in your focus are your strategies. I mean, they're already, and these are saying about, although this one says evaluate best practice, this one is definitely, a part of focus. I do want to get to these two because this looks like a project, but this is a minimum wage discussions. This one's in the focus area already. This one on the minimum wage discussion, we need some insight from the council on that one.
Thank you, Mayor. I can sort of speak to both of these at once. In terms of high wage job recruitment, something the mayor just said, I think is pertinent here. We're not looking for Intel to come in. And so maybe qualifying that statement a little bit, something, high wage jobs that fit Flagstaff. I don't think we have to get so specific as about medical or, clean technology or stuff like that. It's gotta be a fit. It's gotta be palatable to Flagstaff public.
And it's often referred to as high wage, low impact.
Yeah, it's gonna include data centers and stuff. So just for the outward facing part of it, we might want to qualifier there.
Yeah, like high wage, low impact.
This is what your
I like that.
Your draft focus area says about attracting high quality employers and jobs. Target employers that provide quality employment opportunities while minimizing impacts on infrastructure, water, energy, and other natural resources.
That could include Intel too, just as long as it's a
A mini. I think we're fine keeping.
You'll find a solution to that.
And then said that she'd like to add long-term to this as well. That strengthen the local economy in the long term, I guess.
Mayor. How can you create long-term? I mean, I don't know how that we could do that.
Because you can't guarantee that the
How long
job
they're gonna stay.
We can't guarantee the frequency of a local visitor to a shop, you know, that as mayor owning your own shop for 25 years. So if she could clarify that, that might make sense, but I think long-term is really hard for us to be able to say we can do that.
Don't know, we can't guarantee long-term jobs either.
No, I mean, long-term jobs. Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
what. Go ahead.
Just to clarify there, I think one of the challenges that we've seen, especially as we've been engaging in the discussion about the potentiality of data centers and things like that, is that a lot of these opportunities for employment come, but they're very short term for bringing long lasting jobs to our economy. So I think we can't guarantee them, sure, but we need to consider that what we're looking to bring are jobs that are sustainable and lasting, not temporary.
It sounds like we're gonna have to work on that as part of our, when the staff comes back, leadership team and manager of that. But I wanna, there's this. These two look like projects, minimum wage discussion. Help me here.
Councilmember Garcia, Councilmember Matthews.
I would almost rather go after
I mean-
Councilmember Matthews, but I'll just throw out what I have to say about it is, I think that it's important to have the discussion from time to time, but since we can't do much about it at council, I wonder how relevant these discussions are and how much of a burden on time it is for our community to continue to listen to something that we can do nothing about.
I agree with that. And what I was gonna say is NAU just did an evaluation. Unfortunately, they were commissioned to do the whole county. So it really didn't highlight as much as it would have been more helpful to highlight just Flagstaff. So unless we want to consider commissioning NAU to do another study, Flagstaff specific, I know that they pointed out there's been a loss of 12 or 1,300 jobs because of the minimum wage and stuff, but the whole report was countywide, and so everything got diluted. But there has been an evaluation, is my point. So unless we want to go back and commission them just for Flagstaff specific, the evaluation's been done and it was diluted because it was a countywide thing.
So,
Vice Mayor.
any traction on this one?
Vice Mayor.
As someone who has a locally owned small business, I don't want to shy away from having this discussion. And to me, it's almost like minimum wage and local business support can go hand in hand. I think as a community, we've been a little shy to talk about what's really happening in our small business community. And even if we can't change it, I think giving the small business owners a voice and to talk about, you know, the struggles we are facing and why it is so important to support local business. And you may buy it or not, but minimum wage really does play a part. So I used to have 2 people on all the time. Now I work a lot myself when I can in between everything, and I have 1 person on. And even for my anniversary that's coming up, I should have 3 people on because it's going to be busy. It's parents' weekend. I've got my anniversary. Guess what? I'm going to be working it. So these are real things going on. And I think if we don't talk about it, we're not really servicing our community as a whole.
Heidi and then Councilmember Matthews.
So I have a suggestion. When I look at the 2 categories, minimum wage discussion and local business support, if we combine them at local business health and well-being or something to that effect, then you could have minimum wage as a line item underneath that with other items. There's issues with benefits. There's issues with just staffing and training, things like that. If you want to have an emphasis on, of course, the well-being of our local businesses and how they function in the community, that's something my team and I with retention expansion can work on. But I think when we get specific onto a voter ballot initiative, it's a little bit wonky. So maybe we could do something like that. It's a suggestion.
Councilmember Matthews, Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. I was just going to add to Vice Mayor's point. And then it goes back to how do we evaluate it? So maybe we do want to talk about having a consultant, whether it's NEU or whomever, talk about it, because I don't think the community really understands the consequence to the local businesses on the minimum wage. They just see one side of it. And, you know, the perception out there is that if their doors are open, they're flourishing. So, you know, my point earlier was just that we've had the evaluation, and fortunately it wasn't just to Flagstaff specific. I would be in favor of having a evaluation just Flagstaff specific. We could have a public document that people could actually see factual information and impacts to businesses, especially low margin businesses, hospitality, restaurants and stuff. Because we are going to see more and more businesses close down. They're struggling to stay open, and, you know, Vice Mayor's having to work too many hours. So, but I think when Vice Mayor said that, it just made me think, yeah, you know, it'd be great for the community to see the real impact that this is having.
Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to swing back a little bit on that, I really recommend going with Heidi's suggestion rather than emphasizing the minimum wage as a boogeyman. I don't think that's going to be helpful at all. And I will tell you, many of us in this room remember an attempt to evaluate the minimum wage several years ago. It didn't go well. It was completely rejected. And I don't know that we want to backslide into that kind of back and forth with the community. I think the much more appropriate, healthy way to approach this is to find out how we can help local businesses and navigate various obstacles. That's going to be just a cleaner approach. That's going to create less burden and less agitation.
Member Garcia.
Thank you. And this supports Austin's statement. It's a little bit anecdotal, but I just went through a major exercise for my former employer with Middle Manufacturing being established in this town and being successful in this town. And I can tell you from the inside out, it had everything to do with affordability and housing, and had very little to do with their ambition to be here, the location of Flagstaff, or the wanting of people to actually have jobs. There was just no way to be able to connect the cost of living here with the national business when you're competing with, you know, Louisville, Kentucky, and places where they have a much more low barrier of entry for their employee.
So sounds like we're gonna this one. Who and when?
I think that sounds good. I would put it under EV. And I also like Heidi's suggestion. I mean, I do worry if we have something specific to minimum wage that we may kind of veer into the election, the ballot space, and that concerns me. So I think keeping it under.
And maybe specifically stating that, also looking at city processes that may negatively impact local businesses, because we would have something that we could do about that, perhaps.
Okay. And what year?
Timeline, do you think? December fiscal year?
Well, I think it's always ongoing, but if you want us to do a study, sorry, not the thing. I think it's ongoing, but I think if you want us to do a study that includes getting some information on the minimum wage and how it's affecting everyone, we could always include some other questions as well, because a lot of people, we might want to ask the question, do you have a new starting wage? And what does that starting wage look like? I think we always want to know that data for ourselves as well. We could probably do that within the next fiscal. We would do the budget process and ask for that and try to do it. So I think it's FY 28 and ongoing. If you're okay with that.
Okay, so
Thank you.
10 minutes, 2:15. We'll start up again. We only have a couple of more areas to go through and we're done. So we got, 2:15.
2:50.
Start. Yeah. moving to under environmental stewardship and sustainable and innovative infrastructure. We're going to start with the leadership team projects from yesterday, and then we'll come back like we've done council. First one, airport sustainability dealt with as and technology infrastructure is the ERP. No need to do that. This is the one that city facility maintenance developed. Yeah, you can read it. This really a comprehensive plan for your facilities. You know, you build them, but like this is, you know, I love these. I used to be in charge of in one community I was working building maintenance. These are so great because you just pop them out and pop them back in. Love them. Sorry to deviate there, but yeah, this is really important stuff. Oh, are you okay with that one? Okay. Infrastructure assessment, comprehensive assessment of city infrastructure, current conditions and future conditions. This one, the 28, we're going to have them. This is going to be ongoing, and those are the departments that are responsible. Yes.
So I'm sorry, for facility maintenance plan, is it inferred in here that this is in compliance with the climate action objectives? I'm talking, you know, appropriate weatherization, adherence, strict adherence to the robust code. My guess is that that's kind of assumed.
I think we're talking two things. One, in this, we have done a much better job of starting to track the asset, understand the asset, and then implement life cycle costing. So flooring replacements, windows, roofs, things that need big ticket capital new items. We're doing better on it. I think what we've noticed is we don't have this comprehensive, maybe like a 10-year CIP plan that is real robust to really be able to forecast and help finance out to say, you know, we're going to anticipate a roof on new core maintenance facility that was built in 2018, but it might come up in 2038. So we're trying to figure out a way to make it a little more predictable for financial planning. The implementation piece that you're speaking of clearly would require our responsible implementation of all codes, policies, directives of the city. So yeah, every time we go change the weather, all those things, you know, we need all those codes and requirements. So
Lead standards, stuff like that.
I don't know if you want to speak to lead standards. So we don't have to subscribe to those, but I mean, I think we meet what is all that.
And just an example.
Correct.
Exactly. Mayor and council, the city does have a sustainable building resolution. The first one was adopted formally in 2008. It was revised in 2014 and then revised again in 2000. Don't quote me on that, maybe 22. But we've tried to incorporate advancements in technologies and so forth, but within the context of the current resolution, there are options for LEED Silver, Green Globe, which is a Canadian-based version of the U.S. Green Building Council's design and energy efficiency. And then there's also an opportunity for discussion about the actual formal certification from these entities because there's additional costs associated with it. We are looking at all the best recommendations for the city organization moving forward and through that cost-effective lens.
Nicole, is that for existing and new or focused more on?
That's going to be new construction, but it's also for additions over 10,000 square feet.
I would think we want to sort of articulate that out loud just because this is a strategic plan. I get that it's inherent in some resolutions that we've been involved in passing, but just having a laser focus on, you know, meeting and exceeding the best standards.
Absolutely. And we are then be
one type of what do you call it, standard protocol. There's others, so I'm not just picking on leads specifically, but.
Yeah, absolutely. Genevieve Pearthree is our senior sustainability planner, and she is currently assessing the cost analysis associated, let's just say, with US Green Building Council's LEED Silver versus the Green Globes for leaves, and a net zero code policy. So what we're trying to do is actually do an analysis of the costs associated with that. We want to make sure that we're keeping costs for the city and the tax, our community members at the forefront, but also in that performance for the long term, because we want our buildings, we don't want to save money up front at the cost of higher.
Because there's a cost premium, you should be sure to be intentional about that.
Thank you.
And just not to that point, but in terms of maintenance plan, I would hope that as we are building a new road, installing a new sidewalk, whatever it is, that we are including the maintenance cost of that in our financial planning for the next 10, 20, 30 years, so that we know that we can pay for maintenance what we build.
Are you asking for us to expand the city facilities to something else? Because this item is specific to our city facilities.
Well, the infrastructure assessment study.
Oh, you're on the next one. Okay.
I would see
in there.
that. I mean, we just need to be doing that, right? When we're building something, we need to know when we're going to need to put money into maintaining it.
Sorry, I thought.
Is that? Okay, so the rest of these, system replacement. We leave at that. Because, and then this red gap pipeline, we're gonna do that as a project. Just want to make sure you're okay with that.
I like the changes.
Oh,
I like the change.
okay, good. And I think, yes, the bridge, this is ADOT's responsibility. Payment management, we are definitely going to be focused on that as an ongoing, something came up yesterday. Public Wi-Fi, when you get down here, I think we're going to focus more on fiber instead, which is more valuable. Municipal service expansion to the corridor. This was project, make sure you're okay with that one. These are all staff projects. Entertainment district, we said no. Fiber expansion, we're definitely going to focus on IT, and that'll be 29. See, facility improvement is really looking at improving our overall plan for start as storage, expand it to need to improve planning.
And we have some major needs.
This includes that as well.
And the next one is, and again, develop a long-term plan, planning strategy for bonding. We're looking at your bonding and how that is going to be maintained, and that'll be in 28. This is a great one. Utilize city-owned land to support housing goals. Yeah. So if you've got some opportunity with city-owned land to housing, great project, and that'll be ongoing. Storm detention basins, big deal. We're going to make sure we focus on that ongoing. Advance climate action commitments, and we're going to update. Yeah, you can read 27 by 27. make sure you're okay with that.
And so you see one of the notes that I wrote from the conversation earlier is we were going to add information about electrifying the fleet to this one.
Okay. So I think that's, now we go back to. Yeah, so now we're gonna go back to the council projects. Water supply planning. I think we've-
Councilmember Aslan had his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. What I don't see on here is the virtual power purchase agreement. Add it for the end.
What do you want to add it?
Well, I just didn't want to interrupt you.
You want it in the climate action plan item or separate?
It had, I keep going for here, pardon me. Frankly, we just really put it under that overarching umbrella, but happy to pull it out. If that makes sense.
Okay, so water. Improved maintenance planning. I think we've got building, roads in there. Is there anything we've missed?
This is what you were just referring to, Mayor.
Council, yeah.
Long-term costs.
I think we're kind of okay there. This one, Councilmember, back to you.
The point that I'd like to bring up for discussion in terms of a long-term strategic plan is we have certain zones set aside for light industry and heavy industry. Be happy with zoning for heavy industry? And if so, do these heavy industrial zones have rail spur access? If not, what is our plan to work with BNSF to put in rail spurs when it's appropriate? It's my understanding that there's a third rail as part of downtown mile. Also, in BNSF's long-term plan, they're talking at least long-term about a third rail all the way from Winslow to Williams. So in the context of railroad improvements, are we at a place where we know where any additional rail spurs would be warranted, and would the cost of that be warranted by attracting heavy industries? Do we want heavy industries? I mean, that's all part of strategic planning, so that's why I brought it up.
Yeah, Paul Mood, city engineer. As you know, we're doing the downtown mile project, and when we're doing the downtown mile project, BNSF is going to be doing the third line. And I checked with Christine Cameron, our project manager, when you asked the question before, and she said between Ponderosa and San Francisco, they are going to be adding BNSF is going to be adding 2 spurs to the north of the railroad and 3 to the south. I don't have the exact locations, but we can get them and then, get them to our planning and development services to see where the zoning and stuff. But yeah, that's just within our downtown mile project limits. So they could be doing some stuff outside of that we don't know, but we could check on it definitely.
Thank you. I appreciate that update, and I think it's critical that we keep it on our strategic plan.
If I may, they're doing that for their own processes, right? Like if they need to take a car or two off the track for whatever reason.
The spurs?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's for that. And it's also for some deliveries and business purposes as well. But we can check.
Councilmember, I think we also want to, I think, add in here the downtown mile project. So are you, okay if we incorporate that, but keep the spirit of the.
Absolutely.
Starting with downtown mile.
You guys will let, okay. It's interesting. The next three here, which are the last, I think, the last three from the council. He's been incorporated in other discussions. I know multimodal is in a focus area, and these two, I think, aren't they part of what we've already done?
I think the one that we did, Mike, was related to waste diversion education. I think what this one is getting at is kind of the overall future of recycling. Is that correct, Council? I don't know.
And I wonder if this is happening in the rate study. Will be evaluated there.
Yeah, this one's somewhat complicated, and I think it'd be interesting if council even has some input here. We are going to bring forward in the rate study, the recycling program, the cost of recycling. It'll be broken out just like every program we will have. That would probably be the best place to put it. I would start thinking, when you say enhance, I would like to learn more what that means. So currently we're shipping it. For example, does that mean we now take different products, or are we looking at maybe doing it differently logistically? So I just want to understand more. Are we trying to take on more products, just do more education? What is the goal of enhanced recycling programs? Are we going to try to sort again? I would not advocate for that. But I mean, I think we want to learn more, probably at a work session through the rate study. But it's worth thinking about. The topic of the study.
So how would we reword this, but keep it on the.
To evaluate recycling programs and infrastructure, increase waste diversion and environmental sustainability through the rate study.
So I would just make this a subset of the rate study. I think this is one program.
I don't know that we have the rate study anywhere, and so this would.
Not yet. I think we're going to.
Yeah.
So you want to make a note that this would be a subset of the rate study?
That'd be my recommendation. But I just think otherwise, when this only as one program as a standalone. What about the HPC? What about bulky trash? What about all the other things we do? Are they of similar interest? So that's where it's a little more difficult. Waste diversion might be a better title.
Nothing formal, but there's also been discussion on the environment management fee. So there's the little blurred lines with the waste diversion education piece. So that's in sustainability. And so I just want to be clear that if we do assess that, it may also be part of that environmental management fee rate study as well. For clarification. There's more to be discussed there.
Okay, we're okay. Move. Okay, so we've got these last two.
They're elsewhere.
They're elsewhere. So I think we're okay. Already been addressed. So we're on to the last area. Not least, fiscal sustainability and responsible stewardship. We're going to start with our leadership team projects first, council, mayor, council, vice mayor, and then we'll come back to the councils. There was a lot of this has all been handled. So the leadership team, revenue diversification study, we're definitely going to focus on that. Would hope to have something back to you by 28 on that. That's really important. We're also going to do an infrastructure replacement planning, and develop a reserve fund for future infrastructure to make sure that that we can fund that, and that'll be in 28.
And that's the financial planning team with the hope of that being during the next budget process.
These were already, the dashboards we've already talked about. That's going to be handled through process improvements. Alternative funding for public safety. Sorry, chiefs. We decided that's going to be handled with looking at diversified funding sources.
Adding it back.
Yeah, because it's something we're working on now. That one, we were gonna add back. And then,
Back in.
yeah, and then say fiscal year 27, because it's a current project, so I think
Oh,
it's about thinking, oh, we're already doing it.
Based on the conversation today.
Okay, well, okay, it is. Something's gonna be done. Okay, that is good. We're gonna do a development impact fee update. That's, we've got the years for that. All these were, it's just making what we have the capability to do and how all this has been handled. This is going to be part of what the lean processes, we're doing process improvement. So all these others have been things that we're already in. And we are going to do a land use plan cost of service study. Not sure when that's we didn't put a date on that yet.
But we moved it.
That was when we moved.
Yeah.
Maybe have some offlines on that one. I know in the city of Chandler yesterday, Mike, I think they just put out an RFP this past summer. Like to learn from what they're doing. I think that may be a big effort, and I'd like to better understand how we're gonna approach that.
So can we just maybe not have this on the list for now, but keep.
Are we got a date yet?
They evaluate
Yeah.
study, maybe to evaluate a study. So we can evaluate it and figure out, then we have to do a solicitation.
Okay, that's for the staff. Now let's go back to council. And this is it. When we get done with these, we get home for whatever is happening for dinner. So coordinate budgeting with the county NAU, and this was really a line budget. So help us with this one. This was one of your suggestions as something you wanted staff to work on.
So that's me.
Yes, sir.
So when I read this, I'm not imparting any new wisdom on the line that's there, but it's important for, I think the outcomes of the community that exist within this jurisdiction rely on all of us to have a synergy. And it's not to say that we don't currently have a synergy, but honestly, my first 16 or 18 months on council, I'm still searching for that. And that could be on my own behalf for not seeing it yet. I see opportunities there where we can align in more ways. I just don't know exactly how to get to that.
So we have the Alliance group, and many years ago, that group actually used to have an opportunity for each of us to present what's happening with our budget, plans for ballot initiatives. So try to kind of coordinate the timing of that. And I don't know when that stopped, but we don't seem to do that anymore. So maybe there's just an opportunity to, work with our alliance partners on,
and then do a better job of communicating what is being discussed in the alliance meetings.
like we used to, I don't know if we still do, but we had like shared purchasing discussions. I know Shannon was. The Alliance group did a lot more than it does now. So Councilmember Garcia, I think your point is well taken.
Yeah, it's nesting just the connectivity points, where the county and the city meet, even if it's simple as like a trail or whatever. AU as well, just smoothing those transition points out to where there's a seamless transition between the two entities. That's all I got.
Great, so this, you'll add the who and the dates when we come back. I think this was is a great idea, because there may be opportunities where partnership collectively to handle a community issue with all of the budgets they have, all moving in the same direction. Great idea. Expand use of AI. It's one of your projects. You want to increase artificial intelligence. Thank you, intelligence, yes.
This is part of,
Help us with that one.
IT's been working on something. Yeah, and
Yes, Jay Barrier, Chief Information Officer. We want to know, we're working on a bunch of things right now. Nothing, we don't have a whole lot that show today, but hopefully soon.
Maybe talk about the directive and when that's going to come back.
Sure. So yeah, we've been working on some of the stuff that we've been working on in-house. We've been working on a lot of training for staff. So I've been doing a lot of workshops. I know of council members came to one of the workshops. So I've been working on that from a training perspective, helping staff not only know how to use AI, but also how to use it safely, how to use it appropriately, and that sort of thing. We are working on a directive that expands upon that, gives staff a lot more understanding as far as what the best practices are, where it's, again, where it's safe to use, the things to avoid, the things to watch out for, those types of things. So we're working on a lot of that kind of from a skill development perspective. And then we've got a bunch of proof of concepts as far as kind of utilizing it in a little bit more of a automation type sense. But again, I don't have a whole lot to show today because they're all in kind of proof of concept. Nothing's in production or anything like that.
The directives are coming back. See. A little bit of information on the work that's being done to establish the AI directive, the acceptable use, which helps employees know how we can use different types of tools, hardware, technology, that type of thing. So that's coming this fall.
And there was also something with Public Works, right? Or there was something being discussed about how to better navigate trash and recycling pickup and.
So I would say in relation to a lot of the specific, division initiatives, all our division directors are always looking at what kind of the latest technology is out there. I can't speak specifically to ideas in that area. Not necessarily the ones that I've been involved with haven't necessarily been on the AI front. It's been just a little bit more of streamlining some of the routing processes like that. But yeah, there's quite a bit. I know there's a lot of staff and a lot of divisions that are exploring a little bit more of what does the off-the-shelf software bring? Because a lot of software companies now are integrating AI into their technologies. And so we're, as we go through the application modernization effort and all of that stuff, we're also kind of exploring what vendors out there, what capabilities they have to incorporate them.
Cool. So, council, any
direction you got from me on what you would like to see in that regard?
Are we okay kind of tweaking that title a little bit if the council wants to keep that on there? Just expand use of AI, just.
About
Isn't it kind of part of IT's work around efficiency? I mean, does it need to be specifically called out?
I think there's going to be a little bit of overlap into a few of the other from that exact perspective. That kind of where we're kind of incorporating this, I would say, strategic plan right now. So that's in a kind of a draft form, but AI is obviously a significant part of it. Actually, one of the comments, one of my staff gave me was, sounds like an AI strategic plan, IT strategic plan. It's a big deal. So it's a huge change. So we're trying to wrap our heads around a way to codify that into an IT strategic plan. So that could be an aspect of this from that perspective as well.
Yeah, I was gonna maybe recommend if we do keep it separate to have it something like artificial intelligence exploration. So that it's clear that we're still in the kind of nascent stages of developing the guardrails, the POCs, where, when and how, the efficiencies. But it allows a little bit of a carve out there. And then as we work on those plans and POCs, we'll be able to come back and share some more.
And make it specific for city operations.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's good.
like, for example, I've got a meeting tomorrow with a bunch of CIOs from the rest of the state, and we have one of our, how are you using AI and is it working? From as well.
That's IT and it's ongoing, or is it a year?
27, you'll be back.
I think it's appropriate to insert a little bit of a joke since you never hear any humor from me here. And that is expand the use of AI without bringing a data center.
There, okay. Next one is climate resilient bond. Resilience.
So on this one, we have a couple of different bond items, this one, and then we also have the parks bond. We have, one of our strategy or one of our projects is to develop a long-term plan strategy for bonding. So I think we would like to include this one and the parks one in that item. That sound good?
Thank you. Yeah.
I agree.
Sorry about that. Okay. I don't know how you, my watch rings when it's on silent. My family taught me to get this stuff. I used to have a nice old phone and they were like, well, you can't FaceTime with us. Well, maybe I have. So. In any case, so we're okay with this. Permanent affordable, we've got a lot on it. A lot on affordable housing. This one we go with, which is, one of you mentioned reward employees for innovation. Need to talk about that a little bit.
I mean, we do have, Ryan, I'm gonna turn it over to you to talk about what we have.
I mean, certainly we have employee recognition programs. I read this as, yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. So yeah, we have a wonderful outstanding worker. It's an opportunity to earn some cash. It's $750 post-tax up to annually. That can go different heads. Others can submit this for employees. It can be for a myriad of different reasons, not just recognizing ideas that improve services and operations. It can be something beyond that, right? Good customer service, something. What else? We have our 7K with the city manager awards, which includes, time off and or money as well. Modest amounts.
A lot.
We have a lot, and I anticipate that many divisions themselves have their own internal recognition programs. Police and fire and public works do that. But I guess where I'm going to maybe pause is on the improving services and operations. That we have a lot of employee recognition. I'm not sure that there's something specific in that space. Our current programs do that, but it's fine. All right.
Fostering innovation.
And that's specific. To my knowledge, we're not like a specific innovation award type thing, if that's what this was trying to get to.
Just, it sounds like we're doing it.
I do think, Mike, I think there were several in here that had the Shark Tank. There was a, there are several different items. And I think I would like to take it back to the team and see if we can come up with a project. Clearly, it's something.
That's gonna go back and gonna be evaluated, we'll just say. Okay,
Another one? I would like to, this might be a parking lot item. Maybe it's not 27, 28, maybe it's 28, 29. I think we need to start strategizing around Snowball and the water contract renewal well before 2032.
Does that look like?
It looks like us trying to have these conversations and reaching an agreement, compromise or whatever, well before a deadline, well before anyone's caught with their pants down on it, so to speak. Complain that this will happen quickly. Trying to anticipate potential roadblocks and obstacles to help us help the conversation that gets everybody somewhere.
Councilmember Spence.
Thank you, Mayor. One way to put this on the agenda, so to speak, would be to look at reclaimed water uses broadly. Range of uses of our reclaimed water, local parks, golf courses, but potable reuse. And if we include potable reuse in that broad range use of reclaimed water, we could look at the big picture, including Snowball.
Disagree with the logic behind that, but I do want to highlight and lift up Snowball specifically. I think the city can take leadership on that in the next several years. Head of the game.
So you've got that on the radar screen.
That's fine.
Confused. So, and you did mention, Councilmember Aslan, that maybe it's future because I feel like that contract is coming up in what, 7 years, 5 years?
August 8th, 2034.
And how many days counting down?
I'm retiring on 7th.
So if we go too soon, are we not creating a framework for future council? Like, will it read or look like we're deciding for them? This is a conversation that is not going to happen for a while. And so should we be the ones not knowing who's going to be on council when that's really, you know, a 2-year out conversation?
Potentially, and I think this is, yeah, I think this warrants a bigger conversation and the timing of it.
I definitely agree that we don't wait until a month before it renews. But I don't want to get too far ahead to where we're making some commitments or some decisions. And in, 8 years or 7 years, none of us are even on here.
There is chatter and concern in the community around certain elements trying to shortcut all of this and come in ahead of time. So I do think some strategic planning to be nimble and to be ready when this comes to us might not be on the timeline that we're all anticipating. I just want to be strategic about it.
I agree. I'm assuming that some form of looking at all the uses for water is already ongoing. I like Councilmember Spence's points about looking at it broadly. But I'm wondering what's already underway in terms of looking at our long-term use of reclaimed water.
So before Lee jumps in, I mean, we've had some discussions in our office, Lee and Shannon and I, about your point, Councilmember Spence, and I think we are going to need to bring that to council, and we're looking at we're potentially going to do a January strategic retreat where we talk about items such as these that are coming. But where you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're at a bit of an inflection point with reclaimed water. To date, we have had a bit of a surplus, but due to various factors, warmer, drier summers, lack of monsoons, and I'd say there's kind of I have data on this, but I think there's a lot more second homes in Flagstaff. So there are people who are flushing their toilets 7 days a week. They're here on the weekends. We don't have the volume of reclaimed water that we used to. So I agree, there does need to be a discussion in the summer. Yes, just in the summer. Thank you for that clarification. Peak months. So I think there does need to be a discussion on how we allocate reclaimed water, how we define who gets priority. Currently, it's defined as it offsets potable demand. But to get kind of sidetrack, we're going through right now what's called a large volume water user ordinance, sort of draft one for potable water. And we're looking at dollars per gallon generated from that water. So how does the water contribute to the economy? And if that's a direction that we'd like to go, we will bring it to council. After we bring the potable one to council, we can discuss whether they want to be reclaimed water, large volume water users, or set up some other kind of prioritization on who gets the water when there's a shortage. So I agree, it's a discussion that needs to happen.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And 3 minutes ahead of time.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I've got a couple of things I'd like to say then.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you for your attention and thank you for your engagement. All of you, including the leadership team. And Stacey. We'll be good without you.
Always a rock star. Any closing comments or thoughts? Councilmember Garcia.
So we are talking about moving community priorities to focus areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Strategic focus areas.
Strategic focus areas. So the community understands that they're part of this. How are we going to highlight that? Because before it was in the name.
Yeah, so the plan is, we're gonna go back. Well, actually, first of all, I'd like you to all kind of look at what was, the work that was done by the leadership team. And then we're gonna come back as a group and actually get your thoughts on those changes to the focus areas. And then, we haven't quite kind of talked this through, but getting some community feedback. Doing that as well. So, I mean, just because they're not called community focus areas, they're still our community priorities.
Okay. I just want you to know that my current uncomfortability without having community in the name, because it points to the community so easily. That's something just to think about.
Yeah, and Councilmember, I mean, just if I could push back just a little bit, I mean, I think maybe, like I said, that was kind of an epiphany yesterday, where I do feel like our leadership team saw these as community priorities, not organizational priorities. So I think it's just kind of a good, yeah. But I think there's a way we can communicate it, and definitely. Anyone else? Manager, I just want to say thank you to all of you, to council and to all the leadership team. I think it's been a really great effort. We're going to go back and kind of work through everything that we went through, and then send it back out. Team, I think there's a couple things we probably need to talk to the team. I feel like it'll give us a really good look into our thing process, but also being able to communicate what we're doing as an organization. So thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness. Amazing that 7 of you come up with my ideas, but some things are just fine.
All right. Well, then we are